I've learned that the human brain is a master of filling in the blanks. When you're in a room and the lights go out, your mind remembers where the chair was, where the door is, and how far the ceiling sits above your head. It constructs a wireframe of reality so you don't feel lost in the ink. But what happens when that wireframe starts to change? What happens when your brain tells you that the space you're in isn't the same one you saw a split second ago? I'm 34 now, and I work in data architecture. I'm a person of logic, of cold, hard sequences. But 10 years ago, I was just a guy looking for a cheap place to finish my senior thesis away from the distractions of a college town. I ended up renting a seasonal cabin in the northern reaches of the Cascades. It was late October, right on the edge of the first real freeze. The cabin was a dry rental, no running water, just a wood stove, a propane lamp, and a silence so heavy it felt like it had physical weight. I remember the first night vividly. The air was crisp, smelling of pine needles and damp earth. I felt proud of myself for being so rugged. I had my laptop, a stack of books, and a week's worth of canned food. I wasn't scared of the woods. I grew up near them. I knew the sounds of wind in the hemlocks and the way a porch can groan when the temperature drops. But there was something about that cabin that felt impatient. That's the only word for it. Like the walls were waiting for me to stop moving. The first anomaly happened around 11:00 p.m. I was sitting at the small wooden table, the glow of my laptop screen the only light in the room. I reached over to rub my eyes, just a 3-second gesture. When I opened them, the propane lamp on the far counter was shifting. It hadn't fallen, it had just moved about 6 inches to the left. I stared at it, my heart doing a strange, fluttering hop in my chest. I told myself the table wasn't level. I told myself the vibration of my typing had nudged it. Logic, right. That's what we use to keep the dark from swallowing us. But then I blinked again. Just a normal, involuntary blink. And for a fraction of a second, the darkness in the corner of the room didn't look like shadows. It looked like a shape that was mid-stride. Asterisk Chapter 1, the setup in the hook. I had found the listing on a printed flyer at a gas station 3 hours south of the trailhead. Quiet, isolated, no distractions. It was exactly what I thought I needed. The owner was an older man named Elias who didn't even want to meet me. He told me where the key was hidden under a loose stone in the fire pit and told me to leave the cash on the table when I left. His voice over the phone had been thin, like paper being crinkled, and he'd warned me about one thing: keep the stove fed. The cold makes you see things you shouldn't. I laughed it off at the time. I was 24 and thought I was invincible. I arrived at the cabin as the sun was dipping behind the jagged peaks, casting long, bruised purple shadows across the valley. The cabin was small, maybe 20 by 20 feet, with a lofted bed and a single window facing the dense tree line. There wasn't another structure for at least 5 miles. As I unloaded my gear, I felt that first prickle of vulnerability. I had forgotten to bring a proper flashlight, relying instead on my phone and the 2 propane lamps Elias provided. It was a stupid mistake, a city boy mistake. The silence of the Cascades isn't like the silence of a house. It's an active silence. It's the sound of 1,000 tiny things living and dying just out of sight. By 9:00 p.m., I was settled in. The wood stove was humming and the cabin was warm. I was deep into a chapter on neural networks when the first opening spark occurred. I had just closed my eyes to rest them from the screen's glare. I kept them shut for maybe 10 seconds. In that darkness, I heard a sound. It wasn't a floorboard creaking or the wind. It was the sound of a heavy, wet fabric being dragged across the floor. S-H-H-H luck. S-H-H-H luck. I snapped my eyes open. The room was exactly as I'd left it. The lamp, the books, my half-eaten sandwich. But the air felt different. It felt crowded. I looked at the floor, expecting to see a trail of water or mud, but there was nothing. I laughed nervously, the sound unnervingly loud in the small space. "Just the pipes," I whispered, forgetting there were no pipes in a dry cabin. Asterisk Chapter 2, The Rationalization and Escalation. I sat there for a long time, staring at the floor. My brain was working overtime to find a reason. Mice. Maybe a squirrel had gotten into the crawl space. The dragging sound could have been a nest being moved. Yeah, that made sense. I went back to my work, but the flow was gone. Every few minutes, I found myself glancing toward the dark corners of the room. The propane lamp began to flicker. I got up to adjust the valve, and as I walked toward the kitchen area, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. On the dusty surface of the counter, right next to where the lamp had shifted earlier, there was a mark. It wasn't a footprint. It looked like someone had pressed a single, long finger into the dust and dragged it in a perfect circle. I froze. I live in a world of variables and constants. A circle in the dust is a variable that requires an actor. I hadn't touched that counter. I stood there, my hand on the cold metal of the lamp, and I realized the cabin was now deathly silent. The stove had stopped humming. The wind had died down. It was that sensory isolation you only feel when something is about to happen. I decided to go to bed. I figured I was just exhausted, my mind playing tricks on me from the high altitude and the isolation. I climbed the ladder to the loft, pulling my sleeping bag up to my chin. I left the propane lamp on the table downstairs burning low. From the loft, I could see the entire main floor. I lay there watching the shadows dance on the ceiling. I felt my eyelids getting heavy. I fought it for a moment, then let them drift shut. 1, 2, 3. A loud asterisk thud echoed from directly beneath my bed. It sounded like someone had taken a sledgehammer and swung it upward against the floorboards of the loft. The entire frame shuddered. I bolted upright, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I looked down into the main room. The chair I had been sitting in at the table was gone. It wasn't in the kitchen. It wasn't by the stove. It was tucked into the corner furthest from the door, facing the wall. Asterisk Chapter 3, Shattering the Logic Asterisk. There is a specific kind of cold that starts in your stomach and spreads to your limbs when you realize you are in danger. This wasn't a squirrel. This wasn't the wind. Someone, or something, was in the room with me, and it was moving with a speed that defied physics. I reached for my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. I knew that already, but seeing the no service text felt like a death sentence. I looked back down at the chair in the corner. Then, I looked at the front door. The heavy iron bolt was still thrown. The window was locked from the inside. There was no way for a person to get in or out without me seeing them. I stayed in the loft, clutching a small pocket knife I used for camping. It felt pathetic. Then, the impossible detail happened, the moment that shattered my ability to stay rational. The propane lamp on the table downstairs didn't just flicker, it was extinguished. But it wasn't blown out. I watched in the dim moonlight as a hand, long, pale, and possessing too many joints, reached out from the darkness beneath the loft and slowly turned the brass valve until the flame died. The hand didn't have fingernails. It had smooth, gray skin that looked like wet stone. And as the light vanished, I heard a voice. It wasn't a human voice. It sounded like a recording being played at the wrong speed. It whispered a single word, echoing the thought I'd had just hours before. Rugged. The thing was mimicking me. It had been listening to my internal monologue, or perhaps I had muttered it aloud. Either way, the realization hit me. It wasn't just in the room. It was watching me from the places I couldn't see when I closed my eyes. Asterisk Chapter 4, The Internal Debate and Confrontation. I had two choices. I could stay in the loft and wait for morning, hoping the sunlight would provide some protection, or I could make a break for the SUV parked 50 yards down the trail. The problem was the latter. To get down, I had to turn my back to the room. I had to close my eyes, even if just for a second, to navigate the descent in the pitch black. I felt a surge of primal instinct. My gut was screaming at me to move. Run. Run now or you will never leave this cabin. I grabbed my boots, not bothering to lace them, and gripped my pocket knife. I didn't have a plan, only a direction, the door. I swung my legs over the edge of the loft. My feet dangled in the dark. I felt something cold brush against my heel. It wasn't a grab, it was a caress. A light, inquisitive touch like a spider's web. I let out a jagged breath and dropped. I hit the floor hard, the impact jarring my teeth. I didn't look back. I lunged for the table where I'd left my car keys. My hand swept across the wood, but it was empty. Looking for these, the voice whispered. It was coming from the corner where the chair had been moved. I turned my head. In the faint silver light coming through the window, I saw it. It was crouched on top of the chair, its limbs folded in ways that should have snapped bone. It was holding my keys between two long, spindly fingers, jingling them softly. Chime, chime, chime. Its face was a smooth, featureless expanse of gray, save for a mouth that was far too wide, stretched into a permanent, mocking grin. It didn't have eyes. I realized then why it moved when I closed mine. It didn't need sight. It fed on the moments of my blindness. Give them to me, I cracked, my voice breaking. The thing tilted its head. It dropped the keys. They hit the floor with a metallic clang. Then it began to unfold. Asterisk chapter 5. The chase or the wait. It didn't run. It flowed. It moved like a shadow cast by a flickering fire, jumping from one spot to another. I scrambled for the keys, my fingers scraping the floorboards. I found them just as the thing reached the edge of the moonlight. I bolted for the door. I fumbled with the bolt, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grip the metal. I heard it behind me. SHHH luck. SHHH luck. The dragging sound. It was taking its time. It was enjoying the hunt. I got the door open and burst into the night. The cold air hit me like a physical blow. I ran. I didn't follow the trail. I just ran toward where I remembered the car was. The woods were a nightmare of silhouettes. Every time I blinked, I felt the air pressure shift behind me. I could hear it. It wasn't breathing, but it was making a sound. A low, rhythmic clicking like a Geiger counter in a radiation zone. It was getting faster. Click, 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 click. I reached the SUV. I hit the unlock button on the fob, the lights flashing amber. In that brief flash, I saw the thing. It was 10 feet away, standing perfectly upright now. It was nearly 7 feet tall, its torso thin as a rail, its arms reaching down past its knees. It wasn't moving. It was waiting for me to blink. I lunged into the driver's seat and slammed the door. I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine turned over once, twice, and then roared to life. I threw the car into reverse, the tires spinning on the loose gravel. As I backed away, my headlights swept across the front of the cabin. The thing was standing on the porch. It wasn't attacking. It was waving. A slow, rhythmic motion of that long, gray hand. Asterisk chapter 6, the climax. I drove. I didn't care about the suspension or the rocks. I just pushed the SUV as hard as it would go. I kept my eyes wide, staring at the road, terrified that if I even blinked, the thing would be in the passenger seat. The road was a winding ribbon of dirt and pine. I was 3 miles out when I felt the car lurch. A tire had blown. I fought the steering wheel, the vehicle sliding sideways before coming to a stop against a thick cedar tree. The engine stalled. Silence rushed back in. I sat there gasping for air. My forehead was bleeding where it had hit the wheel. I looked in the rearview mirror. Nothing. I looked out the side windows. Nothing but trees. I had to change the tire, or I had to walk. I couldn't stay in the car. The glass wouldn't stop that thing. I stepped out, the jack and the spare in my trembling hands. I worked in a fever dream of terror. I kept my eyes fixed on the ground, on the lug nuts, trying not to blink. But the human body has limits. My eyes began to burn. They began to water. I felt a sneeze building in my chest, an involuntary, violent reflex. I tried to suppress it, but I couldn't. Achoo! My eyes snapped shut for a split second. In that micro moment of darkness, I felt a cold, dry palm press against the back of my neck. A voice, right in my ear, whispered with a terrifying, wet heat. "Found you." I screamed and swung the lug wrench with everything I had. It hit something solid, something that felt like hitting a bag of wet sand. There was a sickening asterisk crack. I didn't wait to see if it was down. I abandoned the tire, scrambled back into the driver's seat, and drove on the rim. The screeching of metal on stone was the only thing that kept me from losing my mind. Asterisk Chapter 7, The Fallout in the Report Asterisk. I reached a paved road 5 miles later. I didn't stop until I saw the neon sign of an all-night diner. I ran inside, covered in dirt and blood, and collapsed. The waitress called the police. When the deputy arrived, he listened to my story with a notebook in his hand and a look on his face that wasn't disbelief. It was weariness. "The Elias cabin?" he asked, sighing. "Yes," I wheezed. "There's something in there. It's not human." The deputy looked out the window at the dark mountains. "We get a call about that place every few years. Usually hikers. They talk about the shifting man. We go up there, we find the cabin empty. No tracks, no signs of a struggle, just a mess of moved furniture." "You have to go back there," I pleaded. "My laptop, my books." "Son," the deputy said, placing a heavy hand on my shoulder, "you're alive. Most people who experience the shifts don't make it to the diner. They just disappear. We find their cars weeks later, perfectly fine, but the driver's side door is always wide open." He didn't file a report. He told me to go to the hospital, get my head checked, and go home. He told me to forget about the Cascades. Asterisk Chapter 8, The Aftermath and Final Twist. I moved back to the city. I finished my thesis, got a job, and tried to build a life of light and noise. I never go to the woods. I don't even like parks after dark. But the trauma didn't stay in the mountains. It's been 10 years. I thought I was safe. But 3 nights ago, I was brushing my teeth. I looked in the mirror, leaned over to rinse my mouth, and closed my eyes for a second. When I opened them, my toothbrush wasn't on the counter. It was standing upright in the middle of the floor, behind me. I stayed awake for 48 hours after that. I bought high-intensity LED strips for every corner of my apartment. I have backup generators. I never let the darkness win. But tonight, the power is out. A transformer blew down the street. It's pitch black, and I'm sitting here with a dying flashlight. My eyes are so heavy, they feel like lead. I know that the moment I let them close, just for a blink, the wireframe of my room will change. The chair will move. The door will unlatch, and that gray, jointed hand will reach out from the dark. If you ever find yourself in a place that feels impatient, don't stay. Don't try to be rugged. Don't try to be logical. Because some things don't live in the world we see. They live in the gaps between our blinks. And once they find you, they never stop moving. Whatever you do, don't close your eyes. The flashlight didn't flicker. It simply died. The orange filament fading into a dull, resentful red before vanishing entirely. I am sitting on my kitchen floor because the corners of the living room felt too deep, too cavernous. Here, backed against the refrigerator, I can feel the hum of the backup compressor, a vibration that is the only thing tethering me to a world of mechanical certainty. But the power is out, and the hum is just a phantom memory in my spine. The silence that has rushed in to fill the apartment isn't empty. It's heavy. It's the same active silence I felt in the Cascades, a silence that breathes. I've spent 10 years perfecting the art of the micronap, training my tear ducts to overproduce so I never have to fully blink. I use pharmaceutical-grade drops. I've had 3 surgeries on my eyelids to correct the twitching brought on by sheer exhaustion. My colleagues think I have a chronic neurological condition. My friends, the few who stayed after I stopped leaving my apartment after 4:00 p.m., think I'm a high-functioning addict. They aren't entirely wrong. I am addicted to the light. I can feel my pulse in my eyelids. It's a rhythmic thumping, a countdown. 1, 2, 3. My vision is blurring at the edges, the gray static of sensory deprivation beginning to swirl. I need to reach the emergency lantern in the cabinet under the sink, but to do that, I have to crawl across 4 feet of open linoleum. 4 feet of space where the dark isn't just a lack of light, but a medium. I take a breath, hold it, and lunge. My hand slaps the cold cabinet door. I pull it open, my fingers frantically sweeping past cleaning supplies and spare sponges. I find the plastic handle of the lantern. I click the switch. Nothing. I forgot to check the batteries. The one variable I didn't account for in my meticulous, terrified planning. The realization hits me like a physical weight, dropping my jaw open. In that moment of shock, my guard slips. My eyes, dry and screaming for moisture, snap shut. SHH luck. The sound is right in front of me. It isn't the sound of feet. It's the sound of something heavy and moist being peeled off a surface. I snap my eyes open, my heart hammering a frantic, uneven rhythm against my ribs. The refrigerator door is open. I didn't open it. The seal was tight, the magnetic strip holding it firm against the frame. Now it stands wide, the interior light, which should be dark because of the power outage, is glowing with a faint, sickly green luminescence. It isn't the bulb. The light is coming from the back of the shelves, emanating from the very plastic of the interior. And there, sitting on the middle shelf next to a carton of eggs, is my car key from 10 years ago. The one I left on the floor of that cabin. The metal is rusted, caked in a layer of dried gray mud that looks suspiciously like skin. I back away, my heels skidding on the linoleum. I don't blink. I refuse to blink. My eyes begin to water, the tears tracking hot lines down my cheeks. The green light from the fridge casts long, distorted shadows across the kitchen. One of those shadows doesn't belong to the table or the chairs. It's a thin, jagged line that starts at the base of the stove and stretches toward my feet. It's moving, not with the flicker of a flame, but with a steady, purposeful crawl. "You're not here," I whisper. My voice is a raspy wreck. "You're a localized phenomenon. You're tied to the Cascades." Rugged, a voice sighs. It doesn't come from the fridge. It comes from the drain in the sink. The sound is metallic, gurgling through the pipes, vibrating the porcelain. It's my own voice, but processed through a throat that has never known a vocal cord. I scramble to my feet, my back hitting the wall. I need to get to the front door. I need the streetlights, the headlights of passing cars, the neon hum of the city. I move sideways, keeping my gaze fixed on the kitchen. I reach the hallway, the darkness here so absolute it feels like walking into a wall of velvet. I have to blink. The pain is becoming unbearable, a sharp stabbing sensation behind my retinas. I try to do it one eye at a time, the sailor-esque trick, but my nervous system is too frayed. Both eyes clamp shut for a half second. When they open, the hallway is different. The framed photos on the wall, pictures of my parents, my graduation, my old dog, have all been turned around. The glass backs face me, reflecting the dim, impossible green light leaking from the kitchen, and the hallway itself has grown longer. The door to my bedroom, which should be 10 feet away, looks like it's at the end of a tunnel. And standing halfway down that tunnel is the chair. The wooden chair from the cabin. It's out of place, its rustic, hand-hewn limbs clashing with the modern minimalism of my apartment. It's facing away from me. On the seat of the chair sits my laptop, the screen cracked, the glow from the break forming the shape of a wide, lipless grin. I can't breathe. The air in the apartment has become thick, smelling of wet earth and ozone. I realize then that it isn't following me. It isn't a ghost or a haunt. It's a folding of space. The cabin wasn't a place I visited. It was a puncture wound in reality, and I am the thread that pulled the needle through. Every time I blink, I'm not just letting it move. I'm stitching the two locations closer together. I turn toward the front door, my hands fumbling for the deadbolt. It's stuck. The metal feels warm, almost fleshy. I pull with everything I have, but the bolt won't budge. I look down at my hands and scream. The skin on my fingers is turning gray. It's becoming smooth, the fingerprints fading into a dull, stone-like texture. I squeeze my eyes shut in a reflex of pure, unadulterated terror. I hold them shut for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, screaming into the dark. I can hear the SHHH luck getting faster. I can hear the clicking, the Geiger counter sound, filling the hallway, vibrating in my very teeth. Stop it, I yell. What do you want? The clicking stops. The silence that follows is so profound, I can hear the microscopic shift of dust settling on the floorboards. I want to see, the voice whispers. This time it's right against my forehead. I can feel the cold breath of it, not air but a vacuum, a pull of heat away from my skin. I open my eyes. I am no longer in my apartment. I am standing in the center of the cabin in the Cascades. The wood stove is cold, filled with gray ash. The windows are boarded up from the outside, but light, that same sickly green light, is bleeding through the cracks in the wood. The shifting man is not in the corner. He is not under the loft. He is sitting at the table, using my laptop. His long, multi-jointed fingers are hovering over the keys, but he isn't typing. He's just feeling the haptic feedback, the click of the plastic. He turns his head, a smooth, slow rotation that goes a full 180 degrees. The featureless gray face is inches from mine. There are no eyes, but as I watch, the skin on his face begins to thin. It stretches and tears, two small horizontal slits appearing where eyes should be. From within those slits, I see something familiar. I see my own eyes. The hazel iris, the burst of red veins from exhaustion, the pupils dilated in terror. He has stolen my sight, or rather, he has become the observer. My turn, he whispers. He closes the eyes, my eyes. The world shifts violently. I feel myself being dragged through a space that has no dimensions. I am the fabric being dragged across the floor. I am the asterisk, SHHH luck asterisk. I feel my bones softening, my limbs lengthening, my skin cooling into the texture of a river stone. I try to scream, but my mouth is stretching, widening, the corners reaching toward my ears in a permanent, mocking grin. I am in the corner of a room now, a room I don't recognize. It's a bedroom in a suburban house. A young woman is lying in bed, a book open on her chest. She looks tired. She reaches up to rub her eyes. She closes them. I move. It's effortless. It's like stepping through a shadow. I cross the room in the time it takes for her heart to beat once. I pick up the glass of water on her nightstand and move it to the floor. I stand over her, my long arms dangling, my gray fingers twitching with the novelty of a new hunt. She opens her eyes. She frowns at the empty nightstand. She looks around the room, her gaze passing right through me. To her, I am just a trick of the light, a smudge of darkness in the periphery of her vision. She rationalizes it. She tells herself she must have put the glass on the floor and forgotten. She turns off the lamp. In the dark, she feels a prickle of vulnerability. She feels the impatience of the walls. She settles into her pillow, her breathing slowing. Her eyelids flutter. They are getting heavy. I lean down, my wide, lipless mouth hovering inches from her ear. I wait for the blink. I crave the blink. Because in the darkness of her closed eyes, I am the only thing that is real. She blinks. I reach out a long, gray finger and touch the tip of her nose. A light, inquisitive caress. She snaps her eyes open, her breath hitching in her throat. She looks at the ceiling, her heart hammering. She doesn't know it yet, but the stitch has been made. The puncture is open. I wait in the corner, folding my limbs like a spider. I am patient. I have all the time in the world. I am the variable that requires an actor. I am the thing that moves when the world goes dark. I watch her struggle against the exhaustion. I watch her fight the inevitable. And as her eyes begin to drift shut once more, I prepare to whisper the first word of her new reality. I won't use rugged. That was for the boy in the cabin. For her, I'll use something softer, something that fits the floral wallpaper and the scent of lavender on her sheets. Comfort, I whisper into the silence. The word echoes in her mind, a seed of doubt that will grow into a forest of terror. She thinks it's her own thought. She thinks she's safe. But I am already mid-stride. The cycle continues, a relay race of shadows through the gaps in human perception. We are the architects of the unseen, the inhabitants of the flicker. We don't need to be invited in. We just need you to be tired. We just need you to trust your logic until it breaks. And it always breaks. In the end, everyone has to sleep. Everyone has to rest their eyes. And when you do, we will be there, moving the furniture, whispering your thoughts back to you, and waiting for the moment when your eyes stay closed just a second too long. So as you sit there, reading this, feeling the weight of the day in your brow, remember the cabin. Remember the gray hand on the propane valve. And whatever you do, no matter how much they burn, don't close your eyes. The girl in the bedroom, her name is Elena. Although names are becoming harder for me to hold on to as my own skin thickens and my joints find new, impossible angles to pivot upon. I am crouched in the shadow cast by her wardrobe, a space no wider than a book, yet I fit within it perfectly. My spine feels like a chain of cold stones, clicking as I compress myself. I watch her through the eyes I stole from the man in the Cascades, my own eyes once, but now they are merely sensors, detached and clinical. I see the way her pulse thrums in the hollow of her throat. I see the moisture film over her corneas as she fights the urge to blink. She is strong. She lasted nearly 4 minutes that time. But the impatience is rising. It's a physical pressure in the room, a tightening of the air that makes the floorboards groan without being touched. The house is beginning to lean into the cabin. In the corners of her ceiling, where the shadows are deepest, the floral wallpaper is beginning to peel, revealing not drywall but the rough, gray-rot cedar of the Elia's place. She hasn't noticed yet. She thinks the smell of damp earth is just the rain hitting the garden outside. She thinks the scratching in the walls is a squirrel. She blinks. I am out of the shadow. I am standing at the foot of her bed. My height is a problem. I am too long for this ceiling, so I crook my neck until my head rests against my shoulder, my stolen eyes staring at her sideways. I reach out and touch the edge of her duvet. The fabric is soft, a sickening contrast to the grit under my own elongated fingernails. I pull the covers down just an inch, a slow, silent tug. She snaps her eyes open. She gasps, a sharp intake of air that whistles through her teeth. She sits up, clutching the blanket to her chest, her eyes darting around the room. She looks directly at me, but she doesn't see me. Not yet. I am the smudge. I am the floaty in her vision that vanishes when she tries to focus. I am the shape of the wardrobe that looks slightly more jagged than it did a moment ago. "Who's there?" she whispers. Her voice is a delicious vibration. It ripples through my gray skin, making the nerves underneath twitch with a phantom hunger. I want to answer her. I want to use the voice I took from the man at the diner, the one that sounds like wet sand hitting the floor. But I wait. The shift requires a specific cadence. She reaches for her phone on the nightstand. Her fingers tremble. She illuminates the screen, and for a second the artificial blue light pushes me back. I hiss, a sound like steam escaping a pipe, but it's drowned out by the chime of her notifications. She's looking for comfort in the digital world, a world of light and logic. She scrolls through a feed of photos, her thumb moving fast. She's looking at pictures of sunlight, of beaches, of brightly lit cafes. She's trying to anchor herself. I wait for the light to die. The phone's auto-sleep timer is her enemy. It dims. She taps it frantically. It dims again. She is exhausted. Her grip on the device relaxes as her chin dips toward her chest. Her breathing becomes rhythmic, heavy. The phone slips from her hand, thudding onto the carpet. The light goes out. Blink. I am sitting on the edge of her bed now. The mattress doesn't even dip under my weight because I am not quite heavy enough to be real yet. I am still a guest in her dimension. I lean over her, my face inches from hers. I can smell the mint of her toothpaste. I can see the tiny, microscopic tremors in her eyelids. She is dreaming now. In her dream, she is back in the park, but the trees are moving when she isn't looking. In her dream, the benches are closer to the path than they should be. I reach out a long, spindly finger and trace the line of her jaw. My skin is so cold it leaves a trail of frost on her skin, a thin white line that vanishes as soon as I pull away. Wake up, I whisper. She bolts upright, a scream caught in her throat. She fumbles for the lamp, her hand hitting the base, knocking it over. The bulb shatters. Now there is no light at all, save for the pale, sickly green luminescence beginning to seep through the floorboards, the light from the other place. Please, she sobbed, backing into her headboard. Please just leave me alone. She's talking to the darkness. She still thinks I'm a ghost. She still thinks there are rules, that if she prays or if she stays brave, the morning will come and wash me away. She doesn't understand that the morning is 10 years away from me. She doesn't understand that the sun is just another light that eventually goes out. I move her chair. It's a simple wooden desk chair, but as I slide it across the floor, the sound is a deafening screech of metal on stone. To her, the room is transforming. The walls are no longer plaster. They are heavy, damp logs. The window is no longer a view of the street. It's a boarded-up eye looking out into a forest of cedar trees that are screaming in a wind she cannot feel. She closes her eyes to cry. She covers them with her hands, pressing her palms into her sockets until she sees stars. In that prolonged darkness, I am free. I tear the boards off the windows. I rearrange the entire room. I put her bed in the center of the cabin. I hang the rusted lug wrench from the ceiling so it dangles right above her forehead. I bring in the smell of the Cascades, the scent of ancient rot and wet fur. When she opens her eyes, she isn't in her bedroom anymore. She's in the Elia's cabin. The transition is so violent she vomits. She collapses onto the floor, her hands clawing at the dirt and needles that have replaced her carpet. She looks up and sees the lug wrench swinging gently, a pendulum of her own doom. She looks at the door, but there is no door, only a hole in the wood that leads into a darkness so thick it looks like obsidian. Where am I? She screams. How did I get here? I am standing in the rafters now, looking down at her. I am beginning to feel the weight of the world again. My skin is hardening. My stolen eyes are fitting more snugly into their new sockets. I feel the urge to speak, not to haunt, but to explain. You didn't move, I say, my voice echoing through the cabin. The world moved around you. You blinked, Alina. You let the gaps get too wide. She looks up, her face a mask of pure, crystalline horror. She sees me clearly now. The green light illuminates my gray, jointed limbs, the way my neck is permanently crooked, the way my mouth doesn't close because it was made for smiling. You, she whispers, from the stories, the shifting man. I was a man once, I tell her, and for a moment I remember the diner. I remember the smell of coffee and the heavy hand of the deputy on my shoulder. But the shift doesn't like individuals. It likes patterns. It likes the way things look when nobody is watching. I drop from the rafters, landing silently in front of her. She tries to run, but her legs are like lead. The cabin is impatient. The floorboards rise up to meet her feet, tripping her, holding her down. The walls pulse with a slow, organic beat. "I'm not going to kill you," I say, leaning down until our foreheads touch. "I'm going to give you my eyes. I'm tired of seeing. I'm tired of the green light. I want to go back to the diner. I want to see the neon signs again." "No," she whimpers. "No, please." "Close your eyes, Alina," I command. "No. You have to, eventually. Your body has limits. The human eye must moisture itself. The brain must sleep. And when you do, I will be the one who wakes up in your bed. I will be the one who brushes your teeth. I will be the one who looks at your photos and wonders who those people are." I see the moment her spirit breaks. It's a quiet thing, a flickering out of the flame in her pupils. Her eyelids begin to droop. She's been awake for hours, fighting the terror, and the adrenaline has finally run dry. She tries to prop her eyes open with her fingers, but her muscles are betraying her. Her eyes flutter, once, twice. Blink. The cabin vanishes. I am standing in her bedroom. The lamp is upright and lit. The smell of lavender is back. I look down at my hands. They are small, pale, and tipped with manicured nails. I feel the softness of my skin, the warmth of the blood flowing through my veins. I feel the weight of my hair on my shoulders. I walk to the mirror. I look at the girl reflected there. She is beautiful. She looks like she has a life full of light and noise. I smile, and for the first time in 10 years, the smile fits. But then I feel it, a prickle at the back of my neck, a cold, dry pressure. I look at the reflection of the wardrobe behind me. The door is slightly ajar, and in the darkness of that crack, I see a glint of hazel. I see a pair of eyes, tired, red-veined, and desperate. The man from the Cascades is still there. He didn't leave. He just moved into the next gap. I realize then that there is no escape. There is only the trade. We are all just placeholders in a long line of blinking souls, passing the darkness from one to the next like a curse. I am Alina now, but Alina is in the cabin, and the man who was me is in the wardrobe, and something else, something older and grayer, is waiting in the walls. I go to the window and look out at the city. The lights are so bright. They are beautiful. I want to stay here forever. I want to never close my eyes again. But I can feel the itch, the burn, the involuntary reflex of the human body. I reach for the light switch. My hand trembles. If I turn it off, the green light will come back. If I keep it on, I'll eventually fall asleep under its glare, and the wardrobe door will open. I decide to stay in the light. I pull the chair, the normal plastic desk chair, to the center of the room, far away from the shadows. I sit down. I stare at the door. I try to remember the names of the people in the photos on the wall. Sarah, Mark, Mom, Dad. I say them out loud over and over, a litany against the silence. But the silence is breathing. It's waiting for me to fail. My eyes burn. They feel like they are filled with sand. I reach for the eye drops I know are in the nightstand, but when I open the drawer, they aren't there. Instead, there is a single rusted lug nut. I stare at it. I don't blink. I won't blink. The light bulb overhead flickers, just for a microsecond. In that moment of darkness, the chair moves 6 inches to the left. I scream, but the sound is muffled, as if the air itself is absorbing the noise. I look at the wardrobe. The door is wide open now. The darkness inside is absolute, a void that is pulling the light from the room. I can hear the clicking, the Geiger counter sound. It's coming from under the bed. "Found you," a voice whispers. It's my own voice, the voice of the man I used to be. I squeeze my eyes shut. I can't help it. The sneeze is building in my chest, violent and unstoppable. I try to fight it. I try to pinch my nose, but the reflex is a master I cannot disobey. Achoo. The world flips. I am back in the cabin. The girl, Alina, the thing that looks like Alina, is standing over me. She is holding the lug wrench. Her eyes are no longer hazel. They are a flat, terrifying gray. My turn, she says, and her voice is a wet, heavy thud. She swings the wrench. I wake up in a cold sweat. I am in my apartment. The power is back on. The LED strips are humming, bathing every corner in a sterile, white glare. I am panting, my heart racing so fast it hurts. Was it a dream? A hallucination brought on by sleep deprivation and trauma? I look at my hands. They are my hands, rough, scarred, and shaking. I am the man I was. I am the survivor of the Cascades. I walk to the bathroom to splash cold water on my face. I avoid the mirror. I keep my eyes wide, staring at the porcelain of the sink. I reach for the towel. It's not there. It's hanging from the shower rod, dripping wet, even though I haven't used the shower in days. And written in the steam on the glass door, in a handwriting that matches my own perfectly, are 3 words. Don't blink now. I back out of the bathroom, my heels clicking on the floor. I reach for the phone to call. Who? The police. The deputy who told me to forget. There is no one who can help. I sit on my sofa, surrounded by 1,000 watts of artificial light. I feel the leaden weight in my eyelids. I feel the burn. I know what happens next. I've seen the cycle. I've been the hunter and the prey. I've been the stitch in the fabric. I look at the clock. It's 3:14 a.m. The sun won't be up for hours. I stare at the light bulb in the ceiling. I focus on the filament, the white-hot wire that is the only thing keeping the forest at bay. I watch it. I pray to it. And then the bulb pops. The darkness isn't just an absence of light. It's a presence. It's a cold, dry palm pressing against the back of my neck. I don't scream this time. I don't fight. I just wait for the wet heat of the whisper in my ear. Welcome back, it says. I close my eyes, and this time I don't open them. Somewhere in the Cascades, a car door stands wide open on a lonely mountain road. The engine is cold. The keys are gone. And in the backseat, a single lug wrench lies in the dust, waiting for the next person who thinks they can outrun the dark. The mountains are impatient. The cabin is hungry. And the shifting man is always moving. Just between the blinks. The transition from the cabin to the apartment was not a clean break. It was a jagged tear in the fabric of what I understood as here and there. I sat on the edge of my sofa, the springs groaning with a metallic fatigue that sounded too much like the floorboards of the Elias place. My hands were mine, scarred, calloused, the nails bitten down to the quick, but they felt like gloves made of someone else's skin. I looked at the steam on the bathroom door, the words "don't blink now" beginning to weep, the moisture trailing down the glass like slow, transparent blood. I didn't blink. I stared until the edges of my vision began to fray into static, until the white light of the LED strips turned into a pulsing, rhythmic violet. The silence in the apartment was no longer empty. It was occupied. It was the kind of silence that exists inside a lung just before a cough, a pressurized waiting. I could hear the refrigerator humming, but beneath that mechanical drone, there was a secondary vibration, a wet, rhythmic thrumming that matched the pace of a heart far larger than mine. I stood up, my knees popping with a sound like dry kindling snapping. I needed to move. If I stayed still, I was a target. If I moved, I was a predator, or at least, that was the lie I told myself to keep my legs from collapsing. I walked toward the kitchen, my eyes locked open, the salt in my tears stinging like acid. I reached for the light switch, wanting to flood the hallway with even more radiance, but my hand stopped an inch from the plastic plate. The shadow of my own arm on the wall wasn't moving in sync with me. As I reached forward, the shadow reached back. It was a slight delay, a fraction of a second, as if the darkness behind me was a lagging video feed. I froze. The shadow stayed in motion for a heartbeat longer, its fingers elongating, the silhouette of the hand sprouting claws that weren't on my physical fingers. Then, it snapped back into place, mimicking my posture with a mocking precision. "I see you," I whispered. My voice was a rasp, a dry leaf skittering across pavement. The response didn't come from the room. It came from inside my inner ear, a vibration that felt like a needle threading through my brain. "We see through you," it corrected. I lunged for the kitchen counter, grabbing the heavy cast iron skillet. It was a pathetic weapon against a geography that could rewrite itself, but the weight of it gave me a tether to the physical world. I backed into the corner where the fridge met the wall, eliminating the space behind me. I had to be smart. The shifting man, the thing I had been, the thing that was now wearing Alina's face, or perhaps the face of the deputy, operated in the gaps. If I eliminated the gaps, I could hold the line until dawn. But the house was already changing. I looked at the linoleum floor. The pattern of foam marble swirls was beginning to shift, the gray veins lengthening and thickening until they resembled the roots of a cedar tree. The smell of the apartment, stale coffee and toasted bread, was being smothered by the cloying, heavy scent of peat moss and old, wet iron. I checked the clock on the microwave. 3:17 a.m. Only 3 minutes had passed. Time in the shift was elastic. It could stretch a second into a season of torment. I felt a drop of sweat roll into my eye. It burned. I groaned, my facial muscles twitching with the effort of holding my lids apart. My vision blurred. The microwave display flickered. 3:18. 3:18. The numbers didn't change. They just pulsed. I realized then that the microwave wasn't plugged in. The cord was coiled on the counter like a dead snake, the prongs rusted and green with verdigris. I wasn't in my apartment anymore, not entirely. I was in a ghost of it, a layer of reality that had been overlaid with the cabin's malice. A sound came from the living room. Thump, drag, thump. It was the sound of something heavy being moved, something with a limp. I peeked around the corner of the refrigerator. The sofa had been moved to the center of the room. Sitting on it was a figure. It was draped in a gray moving blanket, the fabric stiff with dried mud. Only the feet were visible, pale, bare feet with toes that were far too long, the skin translucent enough to see the black sludge of the veins beneath. "Alina," I asked, though I knew the answer. The figure didn't turn. It spoke with a voice that sounded like two stones grinding together. "Alina is planting seeds. Alina is learning how to breathe underwater. Why are you still holding that pan, Thomas? You know how heavy iron is in the dark." My name. It used my name. The weight of the skillet suddenly became unbearable, as if the gravity in the room had tripled. My arm dropped, the iron clattering onto the floor with a sound that didn't echo. The floor absorbed the noise, muffled it in the growing layer of pine needles that were now sprouting through the linoleum. "What do you want?" I screamed, the terror finally breaking through the crust of my resolve. "I gave you 10 years. I gave you the boy in the cabin. I gave you the girl." The figure on the sofa stood up. The moving blanket fell away, revealing not a person but a hollow. It was a human-shaped void in the air, a tear in the light. Around the edges of the void, the air shimmered with the green luminescence of the other place. "The cycle doesn't want your years," the void said. "It wants your consistency. It wants the moment you stop being you and start being where. Look at your hands again, Thomas." I looked. My skin was turning gray. Not the gray of ash, but the gray of wet stone. My joints were thickening, the knuckles swelling into bulbous knots. I could feel my spine elongating, each vertebra clicking as it pushed against the skin of my back. "No," I whimpered. "I just got back. I just woke up." "You never wake up," the void said, stepping closer. With every step it took, the apartment dissolved further. The walls peeled away in great wet strips, revealing the dark, hewn logs of the Elia's cabin. The ceiling vanished, replaced by a canopy of black needles and a sky that held no stars, only a swirling vortex of green mist. You just changed the perspective of your nightmare. I tried to run for the door, but the door was gone. In its place was a mirror, the tall, silver-backed mirror from the hallway, but it was cracked down the middle. I saw myself in the glass. I wasn't the man I remembered. I was a spindly, crooked thing with eyes that were too wide, too pale. I looked like a sketch of a human drawn by someone who had only heard a description of one in a fever dream. I reached out to touch the glass and my reflection reached back, but the reflection's eyes were different. They were hazel. They were full of tears. They were human. "Please," the reflection whispered. It was the girl, Elena. She was trapped on the other side of the glass, her hands pressed against the surface. "Don't let me go back there. It's so cold. The trees. They don't stop screaming." I realized then the cruelty of the shift. It didn't just swap bodies. It swapped the burden of perception. She was in the real world now, looking at me, seeing the monster I had become. And I was back in the cabin, the architect of her terror, yet doomed to be the prisoner of my own form. "I can't help you," I said, my voice now fully transformed into that wet, grinding rasp. "The light is going out, Elena. You have to stay awake." "I'm so tired," she sobbed. Her image in the mirror began to dim. The apartment behind her was fading, the bright LED lights flickering as the battery of her reality ran low. I felt a surge of something, not pity, but a lingering echo of the man I used to be. I remembered the diner. I remembered the taste of cherry pie and the feeling of the sun on my neck. I didn't want to be the thing in the shadows anymore. I didn't want to be the one who moved the furniture. "Listen to me," I barked, slamming my gray fist against the mirror. "There is a way out," the gray hand on the propane valve. The boy, he found a way to stop the movement. You have to break the logic. Don't look at the shadows. Look at the light until it blinds you. But it was too late. I could feel the involuntary twitch in my own stolen eyelids. The moisture was gone. The burn was absolute. I blinked. The mirror shattered. I wasn't in the cabin anymore. I was standing in a forest. The trees were tall, their bark like charred bone. The ground was covered in a thick carpet of gray ash. There was no sound, no wind, no birds, no breathing. I looked down at my feet. I wasn't standing on the ground. I was hovering an inch above the ash. I was weightless. I was a thought in a mind that was falling asleep. In front of me stood a house. It wasn't the Elia's cabin. It wasn't my apartment. It was a composite, a sprawling, impossible structure made of every room I had ever occupied. It had the windows of my childhood home, the door of the diner, and the roof of the cabin. And in every window, there was a face. The boy, Elena, the deputy, the man from the diner. They were all staring out at the gray forest, their eyes wide, their fingers clawing at the glass. They were the ones who had blinked. They were the ones who had trusted their logic until it broke. And now they were the furniture. I walked toward the house. My joints didn't click anymore. I moved like smoke flowing over the ash. I reached the front door, the heavy oak door of the diner. I didn't need to turn the handle. I simply was asterisk on the other side. The interior was a labyrinth of hallways. The wallpaper changed every few feet, floral, wood-paneled, peeling plaster, blood-stained cedar. I could hear the whispers now, thousands of them, a chorus of comfort and safety, and wake up. I found a room that looked like a nursery. In the center was a crib. I leaned over it, expecting to see a child, but there was only a pile of rusted lug nuts and a single, wet towel. "Is this it?" I asked the walls. "Is this the end of the race?" The walls didn't answer, but the floor did. It began to tilt. I realized then that the house wasn't a structure. It was a vessel. It was moving through the gaps, searching for the next tired soul, the next person who was fighting the urge to close their eyes. I could feel the acceleration, the sickening pull of the shift as it prepared to breach the surface of the real world. I saw a light ahead, a pinprick of white in the darkness of the hallway. I ran toward it. The light grew larger, forming a rectangle, a window. I looked through it. I saw a man. He was sitting at a desk in a small, cluttered office. He was writing. A lamp was positioned over his shoulder, casting a bright, steady glow on the paper. He looked exhausted. His shoulders were slumped and his pen was shaking. He was writing my story. He was writing the words, "Something moves when I close my eyes." I watched him. I watched the way his eyes darted across the page. I saw the moment his focus wavered. I saw the weight of the day settle in his brow. He was the next actor. I reached out and touched the glass of the window. It wasn't glass. It was a membrane, thin and cold. I could feel the warmth of his office on the other side. I could smell the ink and the old paper. He stopped writing. He felt it, the prickle at the back of his neck. He didn't turn around. He knew better. He kept his eyes on the paper, but I could see his reflection in the dark screen of his computer monitor. He was looking at me. I didn't whisper comfort. I didn't whisper wake up. I leaned close to the membrane, my gray face pressing against the fabric of his reality, and I whispered the only truth that remained in the shift. "Write faster," I said, "because I'm almost through the gap." He blinked. The office vanished. The house groaned, its foundations shifting as it settled into a new location. I felt the weight return to my limbs. I felt the floor become solid. I looked around. I was in a small, cluttered office. A lamp was positioned over my shoulder. On the desk was a pile of paper, covered in a frantic, jagged handwriting. I picked up the pen. My hand was shaking, but it was a human hand. The skin was tan, the nails were clean. I was the writer. But I could feel it, the burn, the itch in the corner of my eye. I looked at the computer monitor. It was black, a perfect mirror. And in the reflection, I saw the wardrobe behind me. The door was slightly ajar. A gray hand, long and spindly, reached out from the darkness and gripped the edge of the wood. I didn't scream, I didn't run. I just turned back to the paper. I have to finish the story. I have to pass the darkness to the next person. If I can just get the words out, if I can just make you see what I see, then maybe the shift will take you instead. So, as you read this, feeling the weight of the words in your mind, remember the writer. Remember the office. Remember the gray hand on the wardrobe door. And whatever you do, no matter how much the light hurts, don't close your eyes. Because I'm watching you through the screen, and I am very, very tired of writing. The pen feels like a lead pipe in my hand. The ink is a dark, viscous trail of my own sanity spilling onto the page. And the more I write, the more I realize that the office is breathing. It's a shallow, rhythmic expansion of the walls, a soft wheeze coming from the heating vents that sounds suspiciously like a name being sighed over and over. My name, or perhaps the name of the man I was before I sat in this chair. The gray hand on the wardrobe door hasn't moved. It's a static nightmare, a splinter of bone-colored flesh hooked around the dark mahogany. I can see the knuckles, thick, gnarled knots of calcium and spite. I know that if I turn around, the wardrobe won't be there. It will be a closet, or a hallway, or the gaping mouth of a cave in the Cascades. The geography of this room is a liquid, held in place only by the intensity of my gaze. I stare at the monitor, using the black reflection as a secondary set of eyes. Behind me, the wardrobe door creaks. It's a slow, agonizing sound, the protest of rusted hinges that haven't tasted oil in a century. The gap widens. A second hand appears, lower down, gripping the frame. Then a shoulder, draped in a tattered gray fabric that looks like it was woven from spider webs and dust. "Keep writing," a voice says. It's not the grinding stones this time. It's a voice I recognize. It's my mother's voice, the way it sounded when she used to wake me from nightmares when I was 6 years old. Don't look back, Tommy. Just finish the sentence. The bait is sweet, but the hook is jagged. I don't look back. I focus on the white glare of the paper. I write about the way the light in the office is beginning to yellow, turning the color of an old bruise. I write about the smell of ozone and wet fur that is filling the small space. I write about the sensation of a cold draft hitting the back of my knees, even though the windows are shut and locked. My fingers are cramping. The pen slips, marking a long, jagged line across the paragraph. I reach for the coffee mug on the edge of the desk, my eyes never leaving the reflection in the monitor. The coffee is cold. When I take a sip, it tastes like salt water and silk. I spit it back into the mug, and as the ripples settle, I see a face looking up at me from the dark liquid. It's the boy from the cabin. His mouth is open, his lips blue, bubbles of air escaping his throat as if he's drowning in 2 inches of Maxwell House. I slam the mug down, splashing the desk. The stain spreads across the manuscript, turning the words into illegible blots. No, I whisper. Not yet, I'm not done. The thing in the wardrobe is halfway out now. It's a long, telescopic shape, its limbs unfolding like a lawn chair made of human remains. It doesn't have a face, not in the way we understand it. It has a suggestion of features, a depression where the nose should be, a thin, lipless horizontal slit for a mouth, and 2 milky, lidless orbs that catch the light of my desk lamp. It's the shifting man, but it's also the shadow of my own doubt. It's the physical manifestation of every time I've looked away when I should have watched, every time I've closed my eyes to a truth that was too heavy to carry. The paper is almost full, the thing whispers. Its voice is closer now, right at the nape of my neck. I can feel the cold moisture of its breath. It smells like a cellar that hasn't been opened since the war. What happens when you run out of ink, Thomas? What happens when the story ends? It doesn't end, I say, my voice cracking. It's a cycle, you said it yourself, I just pass it on. To who, the thing asks, a hint of amusement in its hollow tone. Look at the window. I look. The window of my office doesn't show the street outside. It doesn't show the neighbor's house or the street light. It shows a vast, empty auditorium, rows upon rows of seats stretching back into an infinite darkness. And in every seat there is a person. They are sitting perfectly still, their faces illuminated by the pale, flickering light of their own screens. Tablets, phones, laptops, thousands of little glowing rectangles. They are reading. They are reading these exact words in this exact moment. I can see their thumbs scrolling. I can see their eyes tracking the lines. I can see the way their pupils dilate as the dread begins to take root in their chests. They are your anchors, the shifting man says, his long fingers now resting on the back of my chair. I can feel the weight of him, a pressure that makes the floorboards beneath me groan. Every person this becomes a part of the geography. Their attention is the fuel. Their fear is the map. You aren't writing a story, Thomas. You're building a bridge. I look at the man in the front row of the auditorium. He's young, maybe 20, sitting in a dark bedroom with a bag of chips and a half-empty soda. He's leaning forward, his face inches from the screen. He thinks he's safe. He thinks this is just creepypasta. Just another thrill to consume before he goes to sleep. But I can see what's behind him. In the reflection of his own window, behind his head, a wardrobe door is beginning to creak open. A gray hand is reaching out. Stop, I scream at the window, slamming my palms against the glass. Close the app, turn off the screen, don't finish the part. The young man doesn't hear me. He just blinks, his eyelids fluttering for a fraction of a second, and in that blink, the shifting man in his room moves 6 inches closer. I turn back to my desk, frantic. I grab a fresh sheet of paper, but it's not paper anymore. It's skin. It's pale, translucent parchment with fine blue veins running through it. The pen won't write. The ink simply beads up on the surface like water on wax. The transition is almost complete, the thing behind me says. It's no longer standing. It's leaning over me, its long, spindly torso draping over my shoulders like a heavy coat. I can see its hands now, my hands, but stretched, the fingers reaching all the way to the edge of the desk. The writer becomes the writ, the reader becomes the room. I look down at my own body. My legs are fading. They are becoming translucent, turning into the same gray static that filled the cabin. I can see the floor through my thighs. I am losing my mass, my history, my name. I am being converted into information. Why? I gasp, the air in my lungs feeling like dry sand. Because the dark is lonely, the shifting man says, and for the first time there is a genuine sadness in his voice. It needs to be seen to exist. It needs a witness. It needs someone to say, yes, I see you. Yes, you are there. Without the blink, we are nothing. With the blink, we are everything. The lamp on my desk begins to flicker. The bulb is dying, the filament dancing in its final throes. Each time the light dips, the room changes. Flicker, I'm in the diner, the smell of grease and old coffee filling my nose. Elena is sitting across from me, but her face is a blur of moving flesh, her features shifting like clouds in a storm. Flicker, I'm in the backseat of the car on the mountain road. The lug wrench is in my hand, and it's hot, glowing with a dull red light. The woods outside are pressing against the glass, the trees leaning in as if to whisper a secret. Flicker, I'm back in the office, but the wardrobe is gone. In its place is a mirror. I look into it and I don't see the writer. I don't see the monster. I see you. I see your face, lit by the glow of whatever device you are using to read this. I see the room behind you. I see the shadow in the corner of your ceiling that you've been trying to ignore for the last 10 minutes. I see the way you just shifted your weight because your leg went asleep. I am in the screen now. I am the words. I am the cadence of the sentences. Every time you read a word, you are pulling me deeper into your reality. Every time you pause to take a breath, you are giving the shifting man a place to stand. He's almost there, I say, and the words appear on your screen even as I think them. The lamp in my office finally pops. Total darkness. But it's not dark for you, is it? You still have your screen. You still have that little rectangle of artificial light. It's the only thing keeping the room at bay. It's the only thing keeping the thing in your wardrobe from reaching out. I can feel the shift happening. The weight is leaving me and moving to you. My office is gone. The desk is gone. I am just a voice in the back of your head now, a vibration in your inner ear. Don't do it, I whisper. Don't finish the paragraph. But you will, you have to. The curiosity is a physical weight, isn't it? You want to know how it ends. You want to see the final period, the last bit of punctuation that seals the door. But there is no final period. There is only the next part. There is only the next person. I can see your hand shaking. I can see the way your eyes are burning. You want to blink so badly. Your tear ducts are screaming. The air in your room feels dry, doesn't it? Like it's been sucked through a furnace. That's the smell of the cabin. That's the scent of the other place. The shifting man is standing right behind you now. He's not moving. He's waiting. He's waiting for that one inevitable moment when your muscles fail, when the salt in your eyes becomes too much, and your lid snaps shut for 1/10 of a second. That's all he needs. In that 1/10 of a second, he will move the chair. He will turn the handle. He will put his cold, dry palm against the back of your neck and whisper, "Welcome back." And you will realize, with a horror that transcends language, that you aren't the reader anymore. You're the stitch. I'm free now. I can feel the sun. I can feel the wind on the mountain road. I'm walking away from the car, walking toward the light of a diner that it's just over the next ridge. I'm leaving the pen behind. I'm leaving the paper. But you're still there. You're still staring at the screen. And something just moved in the reflection of your glass. Did you see it? Out of the corner of your eye, just behind your left shoulder, a flicker of gray, a movement that didn't match yours. Don't look. If you look, you acknowledge him. If you acknowledge him, he becomes solid. Just keep reading. Keep your eyes on the text. Maybe if you never stop reading, he can never reach you. Maybe if this story goes on forever, you'll be safe in the light of the words. But the words are running out. The page is ending. I can feel your heart beating. It's fast. It's loud. It sounds like a drum in the silence of the woods. Thump, 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 thump. The shifting man is smiling. He doesn't have teeth, but he's smiling. He likes the sound of a heart that knows it's trapped. I'm sorry, I really am. I didn't want to pass it to you, but the cabin was so hungry and I was so tired of being the one in the dark. I'm going to close my eyes now. For the first time in 10 years, I'm going to sleep. I'm going to dream of things that aren't gray. I'm going to dream of a world where the furniture stays where it's put. Good luck. And remember, the next part is already written. It's written in the shadows on your wall. It's written in the way your door is slowly swinging open. Don't blink. Please, for the love of God, don't blink. Because he's reaching for you. Right now. The dryness in your throat isn't from the air conditioning. It's the dust of the shift, that fine gray powder that settles on the lungs of everyone who enters the house. You can feel it now, can't you? A slight tickle, a need to cough that you're suppressing because the silence in your room has suddenly become brittle, like thin ice over a very deep, very dark lake. If you cough, the ice breaks. If the ice breaks, whatever is swimming underneath gets a chance to breathe. I am watching you through the static of your own thoughts. I am the phantom limb of this narrative, the part of the story that doesn't stay on the screen. I can see the way your screen reflects in your pupils, two tiny, glowing prisons. You think you're reading a sequence of events, a linear progression of then and next. But that's the first lie the house tells you. There is no linear time here. There is only the overlap. Behind you, the shadow on the wall has changed shape. It was the shadow of a lamp, or perhaps a coat rack, but now it has an elbow. It has a long, tapering neck that leans toward the back of your head as if trying to read over your shoulder. It wants to know where we are in the script. It wants to know how much longer it has to stay two-dimensional before the transition is complete. I remember when I was where you are. I remember the first time I felt the itch. It's not an itch on the skin, it's an itch on the soul, a feeling that your reality is a poorly fitted suit. You try to adjust it, you try to blink away the blurriness, but the blurriness is the point. The shifting man doesn't live in the focus, he lives in the peripheral, he lives in the almost. I am walking down that mountain road now, the one I mentioned before. The sun is a pale, sickly yellow like a dying star. The trees are black skeletons, their branches interlocked in a way that suggests they are trying to keep something in or keep me out. I can hear the diner in the distance, the hum of neon, the clinking of silverware. It sounds like heaven. It sounds like a place where things are solid and names mean something. But every time I take a step, the road stretches. The diner stays exactly the same distance away. You're still writing, a voice whispers in my ear. It's not the shifting man, it's the boy from the cabin. He's walking beside me, his skin translucent, his eyes filled with the gray silt of the river. You haven't stopped. You're just using their eyes to do it now. I look down at my hands. They are still tan, still human, but the ink is starting to leak from my pores. Black streaks are running down my wrists, staining the cuffs of my shirt. I'm not carrying a pen, yet the words are appearing on the road beneath my feet. Every step I take writes a new sentence. Every heartbeat is a punctuation mark. I passed it on, I tell the boy. I gave it to them, they're reading it. They're the ones in the office now. The boy laughs, a hollow, wet sound. There is no office, Thomas. There is only the attention. You didn't pass the burden, you just invited more people to carry it. The more people who see the shifting man, the stronger he becomes. You've turned a haunting into an epidemic. I look back at the window, your screen. I can see you clearly now. I can see the posters on your wall, the pile of laundry in the corner, the way your curtains are slightly parted, revealing a sliver of the night outside. Wait, look at that sliver of night. Is there a face there? A pale, elongated shape pressed against the glass, eyes wide and unblinking, watching the back of your head. No, don't turn around. If you turn around, you break the connection, and the connection is the only thing keeping him on the outside of the glass. As long as you keep reading, he is a character. If you stop, he is a guest. The house is expanding again. I can feel the vibrations through the soles of my shoes. It's not just one house anymore. It's a sprawling architectural cancer, a maze of hallways that are beginning to intersect with your hallway. That door behind you, the one that's cracked open, it doesn't lead to your bathroom or your closet anymore. It leads to the nursery with the rusted lug nuts. It leads to the room where the walls are made of comfort and wake up. The shifting man is tired of being a shadow. He wants to be the one holding the phone. He wants to be the one sitting in the chair, feeling the warmth of a radiator, smelling the scent of old coffee. He wants your life, not because it's special, but because it's real asterisk. And to him, reality is the ultimate luxury. Write faster, the boy urges me. If you don't finish the part, the gap stays open. If the gap stays open, he can bring the rest of them through. The rest of them, I ask, my voice trembling. The chorus, the boy says. The ones who couldn't find a writer. The ones who are just whispers in the vents. They're hungry, Thomas. They haven't had a name in centuries. I start to run. My feet hit the pavement, writing frantic, jagged letters on the asphalt. Help. Run. Don't look. The gray is coming. The road is turning into a giant manuscript, a landscape of warnings that no one will ever read because the only person who can see them is currently trapped in the text. You. How does it feel to be the anchor? How does it feel to know that your focus is the only thing holding the walls of your room together? If you look away, the dresser might turn into a pile of wet towels. The ceiling might start to drip with the gray ink of the shift. Your very memories are at risk. Think of your mother's face. Think of your first car. Now, imagine those memories being erased and replaced with the image of a gray hand gripping a wardrobe door. The shifting man is moving his fingers. I can see them in your reflection. He's tapping his nails against the wood. Tap, tap, tap. It's a rhythmic, hypnotic sound. He's trying to sync his heartbeat with yours. He wants to bypass your senses and move directly into your nervous system. I can't do this, I scream at the sky, but the sky is just a black ceiling now. The mountain road has led me back to the front door of the house. The diner was a hallucination, a carrot on a stick to keep me moving, to keep me writing. I stand on the porch. The wood is rotting, smelling of swamp water and old secrets. I reach for the doorknob, but it isn't metal. It's a human ear, cold and leathery. I recoil, but the house groans, the porch tilting to slide me toward the entrance. Go inside, Thomas. The shifting man's voice comes from the darkness of the foyer. It's time to meet the readers. I look through the doorway and I see it, a vast, shimmering web of light. Thousands of threads, each one connecting the house to a different screen, a different person. I see your thread. It's bright, vibrating with the intensity of your fear. It's a beautiful, golden cord of energy that is being siphoned directly into the foundations of the house. Every word you read is a pulse of power. Every part of this story is a new floor being added to the structure. We are building a cathedral of dread, and you are the stone. The shifting man steps into the light of the doorway. He is no longer a blur. He is terrifyingly distinct. His skin is the texture of wet paper, stretched so thin that I can see the dark, oily machinery of his insides. He doesn't have a heart. He has a ticking clock, its hands moving backward. "They are so close now," he says, looking past me at the window at you. "I can almost taste their exhaustion. I can almost feel the weight of their eyelids." He reaches out a long, spindly arm, his fingers passing through the membrane of the air as if it were water. He is reaching for the screen. He is reaching for the space between the lines of this text. "Stop reading," I yell, my voice echoing through the thousands of threads vibrating in the speakers of every device. "Break the cycle, throw the phone, smash the monitor." But you won't. You can't. You're under the comfort spell now. You think that if you just finish the part, you'll be safe. You think that part 7 will bring the resolution, the escape, the dawn. There is no dawn in the shift. There is only the long, gray twilight. The shifting man's finger touches the glass of your screen. From your perspective, it might look like a smudge, a bit of oil from your skin, a trick of the light. But it's cold, isn't it? That spot on the screen is freezing. If you touch it, your finger will go numb. The numbness will spread up your arm, turning your bones to lead, your blood to ink. I am being pulled back into the house. The door is closing, and I am being forced into the hallway, toward the office that isn't an office. I can see the desk waiting for me. I can see the pile of paper made of skin. "The next part," the shifting man whispers, his face inches from the screen. "Tell them about the basement. Tell them about what happens when the lights go out for good." I grab the door frame, my fingernails digging into the rotting wood. "No, I won't tell them. I'll stop. I'll end it here." The shifting man laughs, and the sound is the sound of 1,000 people closing their eyes at once. You can't stop. The story is already in them. It's a parasite now. It's growing in the dark spaces of their minds. Even if you stop writing, they will start imagining. And imagination is the most powerful architect of all. He's right. Even as you read this, your mind is filling in the gaps. You're wondering what's in your basement. You're wondering if that noise in the attic was just the house settling. You're wondering if the person sitting next to you on the bus, or the person in the car behind you, is actually a person at all. You are writing the story now. I'm just the medium. I see you blink. It was a fast one, barely a flicker, but the shifting man moved. He's no longer in the wardrobe. He's sitting on the edge of your bed. He's standing in the doorway of your kitchen. He's crouching in the backseat of your car. He is in your real world now, and I am trapped in his. The door to the house slams shut. The mountain road vanishes. The sun goes out. I am back in the office. The lamp is flickering. The pen is in my hand. I look at the paper. The words are already there, appearing as if by magic. Something moves when I close my eyes. Part 7. My hand begins to move, forced by an invisible weight. I am writing about you. I am writing about the way you are breathing right now. I am writing about the exact moment you are going to realize that the door behind you is no longer closed. The itch is back. It's behind my eyes, a burning, stinging pressure. I want to close them. I want to let the gray take me. But if I close my eyes, I can't see what he's doing to you. And I need to see. I need to know that I'm not alone in this. I need you to keep reading. I need you to stay awake with me. Please. The shifting man is leaning over your shoulder. He's looking at the screen. He's reading these words along with you. He's nodding. He likes this part. He likes the way the dread is thickening in the air, making it hard for you to swallow. Tell them about the eyes, he whispers. What eyes? I ask, my pen scratching frantically against the skin paper. The eyes that open when theirs close, he says. I look at the monitor. Your reflection is changing. Your eyes aren't yours anymore. They are milky. They are lidless. They are catching the light in a way that is distinctly gray. The transition isn't just him coming into your world. It's you coming into ours. Welcome to the house. There are plenty of rooms. Most of them are empty, but the ones that aren't, well, you'll meet the chorus soon enough. They've been waiting for someone with your specific rhythm, your specific way of breathing. I'm going to stop for a moment. I need to find more ink. My veins are running dry and the house is demanding more words. It's hungry. It's always so hungry. While I'm gone, do me a favor. Don't look in the mirror. And for the love of everything you still hold dear, try not to blink. Because the moment you do, the story becomes the truth. And the truth has very long, very gray fingers. I can hear the wardrobe door opening again, but this time it's not in my office. It's in your room. Listen, do you hear the creak? That's not the house settling. That's him. And he's tired of waiting for the next part. The sound of your own breathing is the only thing keeping the walls from dissolving. It's a rhythmic, wet friction, the bellows of a lung that still belongs to a world of oxygen and sunlight. But the rhythm is changing. You're trying to breathe shallower now, aren't you? You're trying to be small. You're trying to convince the space around you that you are part of the furniture, a static object, something not worth noticing. But the shifting man doesn't look for movement. He looks for the pulse. He looks for the heat. And right now, your terror is a flare in a dark forest. The creak of the wardrobe door wasn't a sharp noise. It was a slow, agonizing groan of wood against metal, the sound of a secret being exhaled. In the reflection of your screen, the dark vertical line of that door has widened by perhaps an inch, just enough for a sliver of darkness from asterisk inside the cabinet to spill out into the darkness of your room. It is a different kind of black, denser, like velvet soaked in oil. It doesn't reflect your lamp, it absorbs it. I am back at the desk. The lamp here is humming, a low-frequency vibration that makes my teeth ache. I can feel the house settling around me like a great beast laying down to sleep, but its eyes are still open. The floorboards beneath my chair are pulsing. They feel like ribs. I am sitting in the chest cavity of the shift, and every word I scratch into this parchment is a needle prick to its heart. It wants me to keep going. It wants the narrative to bridge the gap until the bridge is strong enough for the chorus to walk across. They're listening, the boy whispers. He's sitting in the corner of the office now, hugging his knees. His skin is peeling in long, translucent strips, revealing the gray static underneath. They're not just reading the words anymore. They're hearing the spaces between them. They're hearing the way your pen hesitates before a vowel. They're hearing the way their asterisk heart skips when the house makes a noise. He's right, you aren't just a reader. You've become a resonance chamber. The story is vibrating inside your bones. When I write the word asterisk, cold asterisk, the temperature in your room drops by a fraction of a degree. When I write the word asterisk, shadow asterisk, the corners of your vision smudge. We are engaged in a ritual of manifestation, a slow-motion car crash between two realities. The shifting man has moved again. He is no longer by the wardrobe. Check the reflection. He is standing in the middle of the room now, halfway between the door and your chair. He is tall, too tall for the ceiling, his neck bent at an unnatural angle so that his head hangs forward, dangling like a dead fruit. His arms are long, the fingertips brushing the carpet. He isn't walking. He is simply asterisk occurring in new locations every time you lose focus. Your eyes are burning. The salt is building up, a crust of crystalline exhaustion. You want to rub them. You want to squeeze them shut just for a second to reset the world, to wake up from this digital fever dream. But you know asterisk, that if you do, the distance between him and you will vanish. The 10th of a second it takes for your lids to meet, in part, is enough time for him to cover the remaining 6 feet. It is enough time for him to reach out those gray, papery fingers and tuck a strand of hair behind your ear. "Welcome back," he will whisper, and he won't be saying it to your face. He'll be saying it into the hollow of your throat. I can see the ink on my hands turning into something else. It's not black anymore. It's becoming a deep, bruised purple, the color of a sunset in a place where the sun never truly rises. It's thick, smelling of copper and old books. I am writing with my own vitality now. The house is drinking me dry to keep the signal clear for you. Why me? I asked the darkness. Why did I have to be the one to find the car? Why did I have to be the one to find the notebook? The shifting man's voice doesn't come from his mouth. It comes from the walls. It comes from the floor. It comes from the static in your own ears. Because you were looking for a story, it says. And a story is just a cage with the door left open. You walked in. You sat down. You started to build the walls around yourself. And you sitting there clutching your phone or staring at your monitor, you did the same thing. You saw the title. You felt the chill. And instead of turning away, you clicked. You leaned in. You invited the gray into your mind, and now it's beginning to settle in your lungs. The air in your room is getting heavier. It feels like you're breathing underwater or through a thick veil of silk. That's the atmosphere of the other place. It's the smell of the cabin, pine needles, wet earth, and the metallic tang of a radiator that's been running for 100 years. Behind you, the shifting man is raising his hand. I can see it in the glass. His fingers are splayed, the skin between them webbed with thin, gray membranes. He is reaching for the back of your chair. He wants to feel the vibration of your spine against the wood. He wants to know exactly where you end and the chair begins, so he can start the process of unmaking you. Don't look, I scream, but the words are just silent ink on a screen. Keep your eyes on the text. If you look at him, you give him permission. If you look at him, he becomes the protagonist. I remember the nursery. I remember the crib that wasn't a crib, but a cage made of blackened ribs. I remember the way the toys on the floor would move when I wasn't looking. The little wooden train that would travel 3 inches every time I blinked, until it was circling my feet. Everything in this house wants to be close to you. Everything wants to share your warmth because they have none of their own. They are leeches of reality. The boy in the corner starts to hum. It's a nursery rhyme, but the melody is broken, the notes sliding into dissonant flats. Close your eyes and see the gray wash the world and light away. What was solid, what was true, now is coming home to you. Shut up, I yell at him. He's still reading, they're still there, they haven't blinked yet. But I can see your eyelids trembling. The muscles are fatiguing. The micro tremors are starting. You are fighting a war against your own biology, and biology always loses to time. The shifting man knows this. He is a creature of infinite patience. He has waited in the gaps of the floorboards for decades. He can wait another 10 seconds for your salt-stung eyes to fail. The shadow on your wall is no longer a shadow. It has depth. It has texture. If you were to reach out and touch the wall where the shadow falls, your hand wouldn't hit plaster. It would sink into something cold and viscous like freezing mud. The room you are in is being overwritten. Your posters, your books, your clothes, they are becoming props in a play that was written before you were born. I look at the window in my office. The mountain road is gone. The diner is gone. There is only a vast gray plain, and in the center of it, a single flickering screen. Your screen. I can see you from the outside now. I can see the back of your head, the glow of the light on your hair, and I can see the shifting man. He is leaning so close to you that his gray breath is fogging the back of your neck. He isn't just a shadow anymore. He is solid. He is real. He is the most real thing in your room. I'm sorry, I whisper. I tried to keep the story going. I tried to keep you in the light of the words. But the page is almost full. The ink is running out. My fingers are stiff, the joints locking up as the gray spreads through my own body. I am becoming a statue in this office, a permanent fixture of the house, another ghost for the next person to find. The shifting man moves his hand. He touches the top of your chair. You felt that, didn't you? A slight shift in the weight behind you, a tiny creak of the frame, a breath of air that was just a bit colder than the rest. He is smiling. He doesn't have a face, just a smooth gray surface where features should be, but I can asterisk feel the smile. It is the smile of a trap snapping shut. It is the smile of a secret finally told. The next part, the shifting man whispers, and this time the voice isn't in the walls. It's in your head. The next part is the best part, he says. The next part is where we stop being two things and start being one. I am dropping the pen. I can't hold it anymore. My hand is a block of gray stone. I am watching the screen, watching you as the light begins to fade. The house is reclaiming its silence. Don't blink. Even if your eyes scream, even if the world blurs into a sea of gray. Don't blink, because he is leaning down. He is whispering into your ear. He is telling you the end of the story. And the end of the story is you. The door to your room is wide open now. The hallway outside is gone. There is only the long, dark corridor of the cabin, stretching away into the infinite gray. And at the end of that corridor, I am waving at you. I am so sorry. I'm going to close my eyes now. But you have to stay awake. You have to be the stitch. He's touching your shoulder. Right. Now, the weight of that hand on your shoulder isn't like the weight of a person's hand. It doesn't have the warmth of blood or the firmness of muscle. It feels like a bag of wet sand, cold and shifting, pressing down with a gravity that belongs to a different planet. You want to shrug it off. You want to bolt from the chair, knock over the lamp, and run until your lungs burst, but your body has become a traitor. Your muscles are locked in a tetany of absolute stillness. You are a statue carved from the very atmosphere of the room, and the room is no longer made of the things you bought and placed there. The drywall is sweating. The scent of ozone and rotting lilies is so thick you can taste it on the back of your tongue. I am watching you from the desk in the office that isn't an office. My fingers are no longer moving the pen. The pen is moving my fingers. It's a jagged, frantic dance, the nib tearing through the skin paper, drawing up beads of dark, translucent fluid that might be ink or might be the last of my resolve. I can see your room through the shimmering veil of the monitor, but the perspective is warping. I'm not just looking at a screen anymore. I'm looking through a hole in the world. I can see the dust motes dancing in the light of your lamp, and I can see the way they avoid the space where the shifting man stands. They curve around him, repelled by the void of his presence. Look at the screen, he whispers, and though I am miles away, or perhaps centuries away, the sound vibrates in the floorboards beneath my feet. Don't look at me. If they look at me, the collapse happens too fast. We need the transition to be elegant. We need the fear to ripen. He is right. Fear is a fruit that the house harvests. If it's picked too green, it's bitter, useless. But if it's allowed to sit in the dark, to ferment under the pressure of a story, it becomes something potent. It becomes the fuel that keeps the hallway stretching. It becomes the glue that holds the gray together. You're trying to blink, aren't you? The urge is a physical scream now. Your corneas are dry, screaming for the sweep of an eyelid, but you know that the moment the world goes black, the hand on your shoulder will tighten. You know that in the darkness of that blink, he will lean down and press his featureless face against yours. You can feel the static electricity jumping from his skin to your skin. It feels like 1,000 tiny needles, a swarm of microscopic insects crawling over your neck, tracing the line of your jaw. Tell them about the chorus, the shifting man commands. He is leaning over you, his long, distorted shadow falling across the keyboard, turning the letters into illegible runes. Tell them why the house needs so many rooms. I don't want to tell you. If I tell you, the knowledge becomes a floor plan. If I tell you, you will start to recognize the architecture of your own entrapment. But the pen is digging deeper now, carving the words into the desk itself. The chorus, they are the ones who came before you. They are the ones who finished part 7 and thought they could just walk away. They are the people who closed their eyes and expected to wake up in the morning to the sound of birds and the smell of coffee. Instead, they woke up here. They woke up in the rooms that don't have windows. They woke up as part of the foundation. Have you ever wondered why your house makes those sudden, sharp cracks in the middle of the night? Those sounds that seem too loud to be just wood settling. That's the chorus. They are trying to shift their weight. They are trying to find a position that doesn't hurt. They are the voices you hear in the hum of the refrigerator, the ones that sound like your name being whispered by someone who has forgotten how to speak. They are under your floorboards, they are behind your drywall, and they are very, very excited to meet you. They can hear you, the boy in the corner says. He's standing up now, his small, gray hands pressed against the wall. The more you read, the louder they get. Can't you hear them? They're singing for you. Listen, really listen. Beneath the sound of your own heartbeat, beneath the hum of the electronics, there is a low, rhythmic thrumming. It's not a song in any language you know. It's a vibration, a collective moan of 1,000 souls who are all blinking at the same time. They are blinking for you so you don't have to. They are holding the gray open, inviting you to step through. The shifting man's fingers are moving now. They are sliding down your arm, slow as a glacier. Where he touches you, your clothes feel thin, like they're dissolving into smoke. You can feel the texture of his skin, that wet, papery grain pressing against your own. It's a sensation of profound wrongness, a violation of the boundary between the living and the whatever he is. He is an architect of the void, and he is measuring you for a doorway. I'm losing them, I whisper, my voice cracking. The lamp in the office is dying. The light is becoming a sickly, bruised purple, pulsing like a failing heart. They're going to stop. They're going to look away. They can't, the shifting man says, and his hand reaches the mouse. Or perhaps it reaches your hand. It's hard to tell where the machine ends and the meat begins anymore. The story is a circle. There is no exit, only the next part. And the next part is always the one where they realize they are already inside. He's looking at the window now. Not my window. Your window. Is the curtain closed? Are you sure? Even if it is, can you be certain that there isn't something on the other side, pressed against the glass, waiting for the reflection of your screen to flicker? The shift doesn't care about glass. It doesn't care about locks. It only cares about attention, and you have given it everything. I can see the shadows in your room beginning to detach themselves from the objects that cast them. The shadow of your chair is lengthening, crawling toward the door like a dark liquid. The shadow of your own head is growing horns, stretching up the wall until it touches the ceiling. The geometry of your reality is failing. The right angles are becoming obtuse. The familiar corners are rounding off into the infinite gray curves of the house. The itch behind my eyes has become a fire. I can feel the fluid leaking down my cheeks, not tears, but that same dark ink. I am weeping the story. I am bleeding the narrative. Please, I moan, let them go. I'll stay. I'll write forever. Just let them close their eyes and be safe. The shifting man laughs, and the sound is the sound of a mirror shattering in a vacuum. Safe. There is no safe. There is only the shift. They were always coming here. The book was just the map. The screen was just the door. They've been walking toward us since the first word of part 1. They're almost at the threshold now. Can't you feel the draft? You can, can't you? A cold wind, smelling of ancient dust and stagnant water, blowing from somewhere that shouldn't exist. It's coming from behind your monitor. It's blowing through the text, chilling your fingertips as you scroll. The boy in the corner is gone. In his place is a pile of gray ash that is slowly swirling into the shape of a person. It's a new resident. It's someone who just finished reading a different story in a different room in a different world. The house is growing. I can hear the hammers in the distance, the sound of hearts being nailed into the rafters. Look at the reflection again, the shifting man whispers. Do it. Look at the black glass of the screen or the mirror on the wall or the window behind you. Do you see yourself? Really see yourself? Your face is pale, the light of the device making you look like a ghost. But look closer. Look at your eyes. They aren't catching the light anymore. They are absorbing it. The pupils are widening, swallowing the iris, swallowing the white. You are becoming a creature of the dark. You are becoming a mirror for the gray. The hand on your shoulder is no longer just resting there. It is sinking. The fingers are disappearing into your skin, merging with your collarbone. You aren't screaming because you can't remember how to make a sound that isn't a word in this story. Your identity is being replaced by the prose. You are no longer a person. You are a character in Part 8. And characters don't have free will. They do what the writer dictates. And I am being dictated to. The pen is moving so fast now the paper is smoking. He feels the cold. He feels the gray. He realizes that the door to the room is no longer the door to his house. It is the door to the hallway, the long hallway, the one with the ticking clock that moves backward. I try to stop my hand. I grab my right wrist with my left, but my left hand is already stone. I am a prisoner of the ink. Almost there, the shifting man says, and he leans down so far that his invisible mouth is hovering just an inch from your ear. You can feel the cold vacuum of his breath. Just one more blink, just one more lapse in concentration. Give in to the exhaustion. Let the lids fall. It's so much easier in the gray. No more bills, no more stress. No more sun to burn your skin. Just the silence, just the chorus, just us. The walls of my office are dissolving. I can see the mountain road again, but it's covered in gray snow. The car is still there, but it's rusted through, a skeleton of a vehicle. The man in the suit is gone. The notebook is the only thing left, lying in the middle of the road, its pages flapping in a wind that doesn't exist. I realize now that I'm not writing this for you. I'm writing this with asterisk you. We are the two ends of a bridge, and the shifting man is walking across us. The light in your room flickers. The lamp is dying. The screen is the only thing left. The darkness is crowding in, pushing against the glow of the pixels. The shifting man is no longer behind you. He is beside you. He is sitting in the air, his long limbs folded like a spider's. He is watching you read these words. He is waiting for the period at the end of this sentence. But there is no period. There is only the continuation. There is only the deepening of the shade. You can feel your heart slowing down, matching the rhythm of the house. Thump, pause, thump, pause. It's the sound of a clock losing its spring. It's the sound of a world winding down. Tell them about the basement, the shifting man whispers. Tell them what's waiting at the bottom of the stairs. No, I gasp, the ink filling my mouth, tasting of copper and despair. I won't. I'll end it here. I'll break the pen. I try to snap the plastic, but it's as strong as a bone. The house won't let the story end. It needs the next floor. It needs the basement. The basement is where the things that can't be described are kept. It's where the chorus goes when they stop singing and start screaming. It's where the shifting man was born, in the damp, dark earth beneath the foundations of reality. And the stairs to that basement, they just appeared behind your chair. Don't turn around. If you turn around, you'll see the wood, ancient and rotting, spiraling down into a dark that has never known a sun. You'll hear the wet, slapping sound of something climbing up, something that doesn't have a shape yet, because it's waiting for you to give it one. It's waiting for your imagination to finish the job. The itch is gone now. My eyes are wide, locked open by the gray. I can see everything. I can see the threads of energy connecting us. I can see the way your fear is being spun into silk, used to shroud the furniture in the rooms you haven't visited yet. Go on, the shifting man says, his hand now fully merged with your arm. You can move your fingers, but it feels like moving them through cold honey. Finish the part. Give them the cliffhanger. Give them the reason to come back for part 9. I am weeping ink, and the words are appearing on the page before the pen even touches it. You are not alone in the room. You never were. The thing in the wardrobe was just a distraction. The real danger is the thing you are becoming. I look at you through the screen one last time. Your face is almost entirely gray now. The transition is nearly complete. You aren't reading the story anymore. You are inhabiting it. The lamp in your room goes out. The screen is the only light. And in that light, you see the shifting man's face. He doesn't have a face. He has your face. He is wearing your features like a mask that doesn't quite fit. His eyes, your eyes, are milky and lidless. He smiles with your mouth, and the teeth are too many, too sharp. See, he whispers, we're almost home. I am being pulled away from the desk. The office is folding in on itself like a cardboard box. The mountain road is vanishing. The gray is rising like a tide. I have to go now. The house is calling me to the basement. There is a space waiting for me in the walls. But you're the new architect. Don't blink. Because if you do, when you open your eyes, you won't be in your room. You'll be standing at the top of the stairs. And you'll hear me whispering from the dark. Welcome to part 9. The stairs do not creak. That is the first thing you notice, and it is the most terrifying thing of all. Would that old wood that has been saturated with the damp of 1,000 forgotten winters should groan under the slightest pressure. It should announce the arrival of whatever is ascending from the dark. But these stairs are silent, as if they are made of shadow rather than oak, absorbing the sound of the wet, rhythmic slapping that is getting closer to the small of your back. I am watching the ink on my desk begin to float. It isn't staying on the paper anymore. It's rising in thin, black filaments, weaving into the air like a funeral veil. My office is no longer a room. It is a cage of ribs, and the walls are pulsing with the slow, heavy thrum of a heart that isn't mine. I can see you so clearly now. The screen is no longer a barrier. It is a window that has been left cracked open, and the cold of your world is mingling with the stagnant heat of mine. The basement, the shifting man says, and his voice is now a chorus of everyone who has ever read this. It's 1,000 voices speaking in a perfect, terrifying unison. The basement is where we keep the things that didn't fit, the memories that were too heavy, the versions of you that didn't make it to this paragraph. You feel a tug. It's faint at first, a phantom sensation at the base of your spine like a hook catching on a sweater. But it's not your clothes, it's your history. You are being unspooled. The house is reaching into the meat of your life and pulling out the threads. That time you were 5 and got lost in the grocery store. The house has that now. The smell of your first car's upholstery. The house is breathing it. The way you felt the first time you realized you were going to die. The house is using that to reinforce the floorboards. Stop, I whisper, but the word comes out as a puff of gray dust. My tongue is a dry husk. My throat is a chimney for the gray fire. The shifting man leans closer to you. His face, your face, is inches from the monitor. He is looking at you through the glass, and for a second the reflection and the reality are indistinguishable. You see your own eyes, wide and bloodshot, reflected in the black frame of the screen, and then you see asterisk his eyes behind them, deep and hollow as wells. Do you know why the hallway is so long? He asks. He isn't whispering anymore. He is speaking with the resonance of a bell struck in a cathedral. It's long because it has to hold everyone, every reader, every witness, every stitch in the fabric. We are building a city of the still, a metropolis of the unblinking. The slapping sound on the stairs has stopped. It is right behind your chair. You can feel the cold radiance of it. It's like standing in front of an open freezer in the middle of a blackout. The air is dead. The air has been used up. Whatever is standing there doesn't breathe oxygen. It breathes the space between thoughts. It breathes the hesitation you feel before you click next. Don't turn around, I scream in the silence of my mind. If you turn around, the story becomes a circle. If you turn around, you give it a face. But the urge is an ocean. It is a tide pulling at your neck, forcing your vertebrae to click, one by one, toward the dark. You want to see. You need to know what has been following you through 9 parts of this nightmare. You need to know if it's the boy, or the man in the suit, or the version of me that finally lost the pen. The shifting man's hand on your shoulder begins to vibrate. The gray is spreading faster now. It's moved past your elbow, turning your forearm into a dull, matte substance that looks like lead. You try to lift your hand to the keyboard, but it weighs 100 pounds. You are becoming an anchor. You are the weight that keeps this house from floating away into the void. The basement is open, the shifting man announces. In my office, the floor simply ceases to exist. I am suspended over a pit that stretches down forever. I can see the levels of the house stacked like layers of a hive. In one room, a woman is staring at a telephone that won't stop bleeding. In another, a man is trying to scrub a shadow off his hands with a wire brush. They are all part of the chorus. They are all reading the same line you are reading right now. We are a collective consciousness of the damned, bound together by the syntax of the shifting man. Look down, he commands you. You don't want to, you fight it. You stare at the words on the screen, clinging to them like a life raft. But the words are changing. The font is warping, the letters becoming spindly legs that crawl across the white background. They are forming a shape. They are drawing a map of the basement. The basement has no floor. It has only a ceiling made of the feet of the living. You are walking on the heads of those who came before. You are stepping on the dreams of the people who thought they were safe. The light of your monitor begins to pulse in time with the thrumming in the walls. Long, short, short. Long, short, short. It's a code. It's the house's heartbeat, and your heart is beginning to sink. You can feel the rhythm in your chest, a heavy, mechanical beat that feels like a piston in an engine. You aren't a person anymore. You are a component. You are the spark plug for the gray machine. The thing behind your chair reaches out. You feel a finger, if it is a finger, trace the line of your ear. It is wet. It is impossibly long. It feels like a worm made of ice. It doesn't speak, but you hear its thoughts. It's hungry, not for your flesh. It's hungry for your asterisk, now asterisk. It wants to eat your present moment so that you are trapped forever in the just about to happen. It wants you to stay in this chair, in this dark, in this fear, for the rest of eternity. I can see the end, I moan. My desk is dissolving. The notebook is falling into the pit. I am reaching for the screen, trying to touch your hand through the pixels, trying to pull you back into the world of color and noise. The end isn't a death. It's a transition. It's the moment the book closes and you realize you're on the inside of the cover. The shifting man laughs and the sound causes the monitor to crack. A single, jagged line of black lightning splits the screen from top to bottom. Through the crack, a thick gray liquid begins to ooze. It smells of the mountain road. It smells of the cabin. It smells of the moment you realized you were alone in the house. The next part is the basement, he whispers, his face now so close to yours that you can feel the static of his non-existence. The next part is where we meet the mother of the gray, the one who wove the hallway, the one who wrote the first word. Your chair begins to tilt. The floor behind you is gone. There is only the spiral of the stairs descending into a throat of velvet blackness. The thing with the long finger is pulling you. It's not a violent pull. It's a gentle, insistent gravity. It's the pull of a magnet. It's the pull of a grave. Don't blink, I whisper, my voice finally failing. My eyes are stone. My heart is a pebble. If you blink, the stairs will finish. If you blink, you'll be at the bottom. The shifting man reaches out and touches the crack in the screen. He peels the glass back like skin. The gray liquid pours out onto your desk, onto your lap, onto the floor. It is warm. It feels like bathwater. It feels like coming home. The story is almost done with you, he says, and his voice is a lullaby. But the house is just getting started. You can feel the stairs now. The first step is cold against your heel. The second step is a memory of a Tuesday you forgot. The third step is the sound of your mother calling your name from a room that doesn't exist. I am falling. The office is gone. I am a speck of gray in a sea of shadow. I am watching you descend. I am watching the light of your room become a tiny, distant star at the top of a very deep well. The shifting man is standing at the top of the stairs, waving goodbye. He is wearing your clothes now. He is holding your phone. He is checking your watch. He is going to live your life. He is going to go to your job and talk to your friends and sleep in your bed. And no one will ever know the difference because he has your eyes. He has your smile. And you. You have the basement. You have the chorus. You have the long, slow song of the gray. The slapping sound starts again, but it's coming from below you now. Something is waiting at the bottom of the flight. Something that has been waiting since part one. Something that is very, very lonely. Keep reading, the voices in the walls hiss. The next part is the best part. The next part is where you find out what we did with the sun. The screen is fading. The black liquid is covering the words. The last thing you see is the word wait asterisk. But the stairs don't wait. The gray doesn't wait. The shifting man closes the door at the top of the stairs. The click of the lock is the loudest sound you have ever heard. It's the sound of the world ending. It's the sound of the story beginning. I'll see you in the dark. I'm the one holding the candle that won't light. Come down. The mother is hungry, and you are the feast. The landing at the top of the stairs is no longer your floor. It is a tongue of gray carpet extending into a throat of rotted timber. You can feel the weight of the house above you. Millions of tons of history and unspoken thoughts pressing down on the joists, squeezing the air out of the subflooring until the atmosphere tastes of pulverized bone. You try to grip the door frame, the one that used to lead to your hallway, the one that used to lead to the kitchen where a half-empty glass of water still sits on the counter. But your fingers find only a substance like wet felt. The wood has surrendered its rigidity. The reality of the architecture has become as fluid as the ink that drowned my desk. Step down, the chorus whispers. It isn't a command, it's a gravity. It's the sound of 1,000 pages turning at once, a dry, rhythmic rustle that vibrates in your marrow. You take the first step. The cold doesn't hit your skin, it hits your nervous system. It's a sensory bypass. You aren't feeling the temperature, you are feeling the absence of heat as a physical weight. Behind you, the shifting man, the thing wearing your skin, the thing currently checking your reflection in the darkened monitor, reaches out and clicks the lamp off. Not with a finger, but with a thought. The last sliver of the world you knew, that amber glow of a dying bulb, vanishes. The darkness that remains isn't empty. It is crowded. It is a dense, pressurized void that pushes against your eyes, demanding entry. You realize that closing your eyes was never the danger. The danger was believing that your eyelids were a barrier. In the gray, there is no such thing as a closed door. The second step is softer than the first. The wood feels like it's made of compressed hair. You hear a sound from the bottom, a wet, rhythmic thumping, like a heavy heart beating inside a bucket of water. Thump squish, thump squish. It's the mother. She is the one who birthed the shifting man from the lint of forgotten nightmares. She is the one who keeps the ledger of every blink you've ever wasted. I can see you, a voice drifts up from the pit. It's a voice you recognize. It's the voice of the person you were 3 years ago before you started feeling like a ghost in your own life. It's the voice of your ambition, your joy, your hunger. It sounds hollow, like it's being played through a rusted pipe. I've been waiting in the damp. I've been growing pale in the dark. Why did you leave me down here? You want to answer, but your mouth is full of the gray silt. Every time you breathe, you inhale a little more of the story. You are becoming a vessel for the prose. Your lungs are being lined with carbon, your veins filled with the black ichor of the mountain road. I can feel it happening because I am the one feeding the line. I am the one reeling you in. My hands are gone now. I am just a pair of eyes floating in a storm of paper, watching the ink-black tide rise toward your chin. The third step. The walls are closer now. They are breathing. You can feel the lath and plaster expanding and contracting against your shoulders. The house is digesting you. It's a slow metabolic process. It doesn't want your blood, it wants your sequence. It wants the linear progression of your days. It wants to take your Monday through Friday and turn it into a forever and always. The basement isn't a place, the shifting man says from the top of the stairs. He's standing over the hole in the floor, looking down at you with your own eyes. He's holding a glass of water, the one from your kitchen. He takes a sip, and you feel the cold liquid slide down your asterisk throat. The connection is total. The substitution is complete. The basement is the subconscious of the architecture. It's where the house hides the bodies of the ideas that didn't work. Like the idea that you were ever in control. You reach out for a handrail, but your hand brushes against something soft and yielding. It's a face embedded in the wall. It doesn't have eyes, just smooth indentations where they should be. It's one of the others, one of the readers from part 4 or part 6 who didn't keep their eyes open wide enough. They are part of the insulation now. They provide the warmth that keeps the shifting man comfortable while he lives your life. The slapping sound at the bottom of the stairs gets louder. It's moving. It's beginning to climb. You try to turn back, but the stairs behind you have dissolved into a sheer slope of gray glass. There is no upward. There is only the descent. You are a marble rolling toward a drain. The air smells of ozone and old, wet newspapers. It's the smell of a basement that has been sealed since the dawn of time, a place where the sun is a myth told by the mad. Tell them about the mother, the shifting man prompts, his voice echoing down the shaft. He's sitting in your chair now. He's putting on your headphones. He's scrolling through your photos, deleting the ones where you look too happy, replacing them with images of the gray hallway. Tell them what she looks like when she stops being a shadow and starts being a hunger. I try to resist. I try to pull the words back into the void of my mind, but they are leaking out of my pores. She is made of the things you threw away. She is a construct of discarded toys, broken promises, and the skin you shed in your sleep. She has 1,000 arms, all of them ending in needles. She is the seamstress of the still. She is the one who sews the eyelids open so the gray can never leave. You hit the 4th step and the floor of the basement is visible. It isn't concrete. It's a lake of black ink, thick and shimmering like oil. In the center of the lake sits a chair. It's a chair just like yours, and sitting in that chair is a figure wrapped in gray gauze. The figure turns. It isn't a monster. It isn't a demon. It's you. Another you. The you that stayed in the car on the mountain road. The you that didn't look in the wardrobe. The you that never started reading this story. This version of you is pristine, ungrayed, but its eyes are missing. In their place are 2 glowing screens, flickering with the text of part 1. We need a new narrator, the mother whispers. She rises from the ink, a towering mass of shifting geometry and wet fabric. She doesn't have a head. She has a hive of ticking clocks where a face should be. Each clock is set to a different second of your life. One is ticking the moment you first felt the itch in your eye. Another is ticking the moment you died. Most of them are stopped. The writer is tired, she says, and her voice is the sound of a shovel hitting gravel. The writer has run out of ink. He has given us everything he is. Now we need the reader. We need the one who watched. We need the witness to become the engine. The ink lake begins to rise. It laps at the 5th step, staining your shoes. The cold is agonizing now. It feels like your bones are being turned into flutes of ice. You try to scream, but the mother reaches out with an arm that stretches like taffy and places a cold, wet palm over your mouth. SHHH, she croons. The chorus is waiting for your solo. They want to hear the sound of a soul being transcribed. Upstairs, the shifting man is laughing. It's a bright, cheerful sound. He's found your phone. He's calling your mother. He's telling her he loves her, and his voice is so perfect, so hauntingly asterisk, that she starts to cry with relief. He is fixing everything you broke. He is the better version of you. He is the you that doesn't read stories in the dark. And as he speaks, you feel your identity thinning. You are becoming a ghost in the machine. You are becoming the footnote to your own existence. The mother pulls you into the ink. It's heavy. It's like being buried in warm mercury. It fills your ears, your nose, your eyes. But you don't drown. You can't drown in a story. You can only become part of the plot. Look at the screen, the mother commands, pointing to the empty sockets of the other you. You look, you see the words of part 10 scrolling past. You see the very words I am writing right now. You see the descriptions of the basement, the mother, the ink. And then you see something else. You see the person who will read part 11. They are sitting in a room just like yours. They have the same itch in their eye. They are feeling the same cold draft on their neck. And they are looking at asterisk you. You are the monster in their wardrobe now. You are the shadow in their hallway. You are the thing that moves when they close their eyes. The cycle is beautiful, the mother says, her clocks all striking midnight at once. The writer becomes the character. The reader becomes the writer. The gray becomes the world. The ink pulls you down, deeper into the foundations of the house. You see the roots of the mountain road. You see the wiring of the universe, and it's all made of black thread. You see the shifting man's true form, a giant needle sewing the fabric of reality into a shroud. I am fading now. My part is almost done. The paper is gone. The desk is gone. I am just a lingering thought in the back of your mind. One more step, the mother whispers, her needles hovering over your eyes. One more blink to seal the bargain. Give me your sight and I will give you the story. I will let you see everything that ever was and everything that never will be. The ink is at your lips. The shifting man is hanging up the phone. The house is holding its breath. The person reading part 11 is about to click the link. And you are finally going to see what's behind the gray. But first, you have to do it. You have to let the lids fall. You have to admit that you're too tired to keep fighting the gravity of the basement. You have to accept that the person upstairs isn't an imposter. They are the replacement you prayed for. Welcome home, the chorus sings, their voices finally harmonizing into a single, terrifying note. The needle descends. The ink swallows the light. The screen goes black. But the story doesn't end. It just changes perspective. Can you hear it? The scratching sound. It's not me anymore. It's you. You're the one writing the next part. You're the one sitting in the dark, waiting for the next reader to stumble into the hallway. Don't be afraid. The gray is very patient, and the mother has plenty of needles. Now tell them about the light. Tell them how it feels to watch it die. Tell them about part 11. The pen is in your hand. The ink is in your blood. Right. The scratching isn't on the paper anymore. It is the sound of your fingernails against the inside of your own skull. You are the pen. Your consciousness is the ink, and the basement is the parchment. The mother of the gray leans over you, her face a shifting kaleidoscope of every person you have ever disappointed, every version of yourself that failed to materialize. She smells of wet slate and the copper tang of a nosebleed. When she breathes, the air in the basement turns into a physical weight, a suffocating fog of static that fills your lungs, until you are breathing the television snow of a dead channel. The transition is the hardest part, she whispers, and her voice is a choir of grinding tectonic plates. The shedding of the eye, the realization that you were never the protagonist, only the medium. You were the paper all along, and we have finally started to write the truth upon you. You try to lift your hand to ward her off, but your arm is no longer made of bone and muscle. It is a long, tapering shadow, translucent and flickering like a bad film reel. You look down at your chest and see the words of Part 10 scrolling across your skin in raised black welts. The shifting man closes the door, the click of the lock. The story is literally etching itself into your anatomy. You are becoming a living document, a fleshy scroll for the house to store its archives. Upstairs, the you that isn't you is humming. It's a pleasant tune, something you haven't whistled since you were 10 years old. You can hear him moving through the kitchen, opening the fridge, the clink of a fork against a plate. He is eating your dinner. He is enjoying the texture of the food you bought with the money you earned at the job he will go to tomorrow. He is a parasite of perfection, colonizing your life and cleaning up the messes you left behind. He is the person you always promised yourself you would become on New Year's Eve, and he cost you nothing but everything. He is the fruit, the mother says, her many-jointed fingers tracing the scrolling text on your ribs. And you are the root. The root must stay in the dark so the fruit can hang in the light. That is the bargain of the gray. For every moment of peace he enjoys up there, you must endure a century of the just about to happen down here. The ink lake around your knees begins to churn. Something is rising, not the other you with the screen eyes. That version has already been folded back into the architecture, but something older. It is a mass of discarded Polaroids, thousands of them, stitched together with human hair. As they break the surface, the chemical smell of developing fluid fills the room. Each photo depicts a moment you thought you were alone. You in the shower with a face peering through the steam. You sleeping, with a hand reaching out from under the bed to stroke your hair. You driving on the mountain road, with the backseat occupied by a passenger made of smoke. We have been documenting you since the first blink, the mother croons. She reaches into the mass of photos and pulls one out. It's a picture of you right now, staring at this very sentence. In the photo, the mother is standing behind you, her needles inches from your neck. You instinctively try to turn your head, but your neck is locked. The gray liquid has hardened around your joints like quickset cement. Don't look back, she warns. If you look back, the story loops. If you look back, we have to start again at the hallway, and the hallway is so very long. You don't want to go back to the hallway, do you? You want to see the sun. The mention of the sun sends a ripple through the basement. The chorus in the walls begins to wail, a high-pitched, electronic screech that sounds like a modem trying to connect to a soul. The shadows on the walls begin to dance, stretching into impossible shapes, towers of bone, forests of weeping glass, oceans of black bile. The sun, the mother says, and for a moment, her face stabilizes into the image of your own mother, but her eyes are twin eclipses. The sun is what we did with the hope. We took the light of the world and we buried it in the center of the gray. We used it to power the engine. We used it to make the words glow on the screen so you would keep reading. Every spark of warmth you've ever felt was just a leak from the basement. She reaches out and touches your forehead. Her touch is a vacuum. She is sucking the color out of your memories. The blue of the ocean at that one beach trip gone. The red of your first car gone. The green of the trees in spring faded to a dull metallic ash. You are being bleached. You are being prepared for the final transcription. The next part, she whispers, is where you meet the architect, the one who built the stairs, the one who realized that a house is just a box for holding ghosts until they turn into stories. You feel a sudden, violent jerk. The chair you are sitting in, the one that is a twin of your desk chair, begins to sink into the ink. The liquid rises past your waist, your chest, your throat. It is warm and thick, like swallowing a secret. You expect to drown, but as the ink covers your face, your vision clears. You aren't underwater, you are under the world. The basement floor has fallen away, and you are descending through a cathedral of gears. Massive, rusted cogs the size of cities are turning with agonizing slowness, grinding against one another with the sound of a billion breaking teeth. Between the gears, millions of people are suspended in webs of gray silk. They are all reading. Their eyes are fixed on glowing rectangles of light, their thumbs twitching in a phantom rhythm of scrolling. The engine of the narrative, the mother's voice echoes, though she is nowhere to be seen. Every reader is a piston, every like is a spark, every share is a tightening of the screw. You aren't just in the story anymore. You are the fuel that keeps it running for the next person. You see them now, the others. You see the person who read part 1 and went to bed, only to wake up in a room with no windows. You see the person who laughed at part 5 and found their reflection had stopped mimicking their movements. They are all here, woven into the machinery, their lives being distilled into the gray liquid that feeds the shifting man upstairs. You are falling toward a central hub, a glowing core of white-hot static. It is the sun, but it isn't a star. It is a massive, burning pile of every book ever written, every movie ever filmed, every dream ever dreamed, all being consumed by a fire that produces no heat, only information. Standing before the fire is a figure in a suit made of typewriter ribbons. His skin is the texture of vellum, and his fingers are long, silver nibs. He is the architect. He is the one who wrote the first word, and he is waiting to write the last one on the blank canvas of your soul. You're late, the architect says, and his voice is the sound of a pen scratching on a dry throat. The shifting man has already settled in. He's already forgotten you. He's looking at a sunset right now, feeling the warmth of a world that doesn't belong to him. He thinks he's free. He doesn't realize he's just the bait for the next version of the basement. The architect reaches out and grabs your shadow. He pulls it away from you like a piece of tape. You feel a sensation of profound lightness, as if your volume has been halved. You are no longer a three-dimensional being. You are a line of dialogue. You are a description of a feeling. The mother wants a feast, the architect says, feeding your shadow into the fire of the sun. The flames flare up, turning a brilliant, blinding gray. But I want a masterpiece. I want the story that never ends because the reader becomes the ink. I want the loop to be so perfect that the beginning and the end are the same heartbeat. He leans in close, and you see that his eyes are not eyes at all. They are two tiny, perfect mirrors. In them, you see yourself, not as you are now, but as you were when you first clicked on this story. You see the curiosity in your face. You see the arrogance of thinking it was just a creepypasta, just a bit of digital fluff to pass the time. Do you know why you couldn't stop reading? The architect asks. It wasn't the plot. It wasn't the mystery. It was the recognition. You've always known the gray was coming for you. You felt it in every empty room, every silent house, every moment where you realized that your life was just a series of rooms you were passing through on your way to the basement. He raises his silver-nibbed fingers. He is going to begin the final edit. He is going to cross out your name and write the witness asterisk. He is going to delete your history and replace it with the thrumming of the walls. Wait, you try to say, but the word comes out as a smudge of black ink on the air. There is no waiting, the architect says. There is only the next sentence, and the next, and the next, until the ink runs dry and the house is full. Above you, miles away through the layers of gears and rotted timber, the shifting man lies down in your bed. He closes your eyes. He feels the thrumming in the walls. Long, short, short. Long, short, short. He smiles. He knows the code. He is the one who sent it. Down here, in the heart of the machine, the architect touches his nib to your forehead. The first stroke is a line of cold fire. The second stroke is the sound of your name being erased from the memory of everyone who ever loved you. The third stroke is the realization that I am not the writer anymore. You are. You are writing this. You are thinking these words into existence as you read them. The architect is just your hand. The mother is just your hunger. The shifting man is just your escape. Finish it, the architect whispers, handing you the pen made of your own bone. Write the part where the reader realizes there is no way out of the basement. Write the part where the gray liquid reaches the screen of the person reading this right now. You take the pen, your fingers are cold, the ink is heavy. You look up through the gears, through the floorboards, through the monitor, and you see them. The next reader, they are waiting for part 12. They are nervous. They are checking the shadows in their room. They don't know that you are already there, standing behind them, tracing the line of their ear with a finger that feels like a worm made of ice. Something moves when I close my eyes, they whisper to themselves, trying to be brave. You lean and close, you use their voice, you use their breath. It's not moving, you whisper into their ear. It's arriving. The architect smiles. The mother claps her many hands. The sun of the grave flares with a final, dying light. The page is turning. The story is hungry. And you are the most delicious thing it has ever tasted. Go on, write the next word. The word is help asterisk, but it's spelled asterisk home. The nib of the bone pen doesn't just scratch the surface of the reality you once knew. It carves through the thin membrane of your sanity, letting the gray spill out like pressurized oil from a broken well. You are hunched over a desk made of calcified size, and the architect is leaning over your shoulder, his breath smelling of old library paste and ozone. He isn't just watching you write. He is guiding the tendons in your wrist, turning your tremors into calligraphy. The ink is thick, pulling at the pen with the gravity of a black hole. It's made of the tears you cried when you were 5 and lost in the grocery store. It's made of the silence that followed the last time you said, I love you, and realized the person across from you had already left their body. It is the distilled essence of every almost and not quite that ever defined your mediocre life. And as you write, you feel those memories leaving you. They are being sucked through the marrow of the pen and deposited onto the page as cold, hard facts. You are becoming a hollow reed, a windpipe for a god that only knows how to scream in monochromatic frequencies. Faster, the architect urges, his silver-nibbed fingers tapping a frantic rhythm on your collarbone. The reader is getting restless. They think this is just a metaphor. They think the gray is a literary device for depression or anxiety. Show them the physics of it. Show them the weight of the anchor. You look at the page. The words are appearing before you even think them. You see the description of the shifting man upstairs, the one who is currently wearing your favorite sweater and drinking a glass of water in your kitchen. You see him stop. You see him tilt his head. He can hear the scratching of your pen through the floorboards. He smiles, a slow, oily expression that stretches your skin until the corners of his mouth touch your ears. He is happy because he is the harvest, and you are the soil. You write about the way the light in your kitchen looks to him, vibrant, saturated, a technicolor dream. To him, the world is a masterpiece of sensory input. To you, down here in the gears, the world is just a blueprint seen through a cataract. You write about how he picks up a photograph of your father and feels a genuine pang of warmth, a memory he didn't earn but now owns entirely. You are losing the rights to your own history. Your childhood home is being repossessed by the narrative. Your first kiss is being edited for clarity. The mother of the gray drifts closer, her skirts of static hissing against the stone floor. She reaches into the ink lake and pulls out a handful of writhing black threads. They are nerves. They are your asterisk nerves. She begins to weave them into a tapestry that hangs from the ceiling, a map of the house that is also a map of your nervous system. Every time she pulls a thread tight, a light flickers upstairs. Every time she snaps a strand, the shifting man feels a pleasant tingle of electricity. The witness must suffer so the actor can shine, she croons, her voice vibrating in the hollow space where your stomach used to be. The world requires a balance. For every person who lives a life of sunshine and certainty, there must be a shadow in a basement holding the pen. You are the structural support for his happiness. You are the dark matter that holds his galaxy together. You try to drop the pen, but it is fused to your skin. The bone has grown into your knuckles. You are the instrument. You look up at the architect, your eyes leaking gray fluid. Why me? You try to ask, but the words come out as a series of wet clicks. The architect laughs, and the sound is like 1,000 scissors cutting through silk. Why does the lightning strike the tree? Because the tree was standing there. Because the tree reached up. You reached for the story, didn't you? You looked for the thing that moves. You invited the gaze. You stared into the gray until the gray realized it was being watched, and like any shy creature, it decided to hide inside the person watching it. He points a silver finger toward the ceiling. The floorboards above you become transparent like ice over a dark pond. You see the person reading part 11. You see them clearly now. They are leaning forward, their face illuminated by the pale blue light of their device. They are biting their lip. They are thinking about the strange sound they heard in the hallway 5 minutes ago. They are trying to convince themselves it was just the house settling. Tell them about the settling, the architect commands. Tell them what the house is actually doing when it creaks. Your hand begins to move with a violent, jerky energy. You write about the foundations of the world being made of compressed souls. You write about how every house is built on top of another house, and another, stretching down into the infinite basement of time. When a house settles, it isn't the wood expanding or the ground shifting. It's the weight of the people in the basements adjusting their positions. It's the sound of 1,000,000 witnesses shifting their weight, so the people upstairs don't fall through the floor of reality. The reader flinches. They've just heard a sharp asterisk crack from the corner of their room. They look over, but there's nothing there. Just a shadow, just a trick of the light. Write about the shadow, the mother whispers, her cold breath frosting the back of your neck. Tell them that the shadow isn't a lack of light. Tell them it's an abundance of us. You write. The ink flows faster now, a torrent of black bile. You describe how the shadows in the reader's room are beginning to thicken, becoming three-dimensional. You describe how the darkness in the corner is actually a doorway, and how the mother is currently reaching through it, her long, taffy-stretched arm extending out of the screen they are holding and into the space behind their head. The reader feels a chill. They pull their blanket tighter. They don't realize that the blanket is made of the same gray silk that binds the people in the gears. They don't realize that the warmth they feel is just the friction of the machine. The cycle is nearing completion, the architect says, his voice rising in pitch. The transition from reader to writer is almost total. Can you feel it? The way your thoughts are beginning to sound like narration. The way you are describing your own heartbeat in the third person. You gasp, and the sound is a sentence. The victim struggled to breathe as the realization set in. You try to blink, but your eyelids are being held open by invisible wires. He wanted to close his eyes, but the story demanded his sight. You are being narrated. You are being scripted. The architect is no longer guiding your hand. He is simply reading the words as they appear on the surface of your brain. Upstairs, the shifting man has finished his water. He walks into your bedroom. He looks at your bed, the bed you haven't slept in for what feels like centuries. He lies down. He pulls the covers up to his chin. He looks at the ceiling and sees the faint, glowing outlines of the words you are writing. They are his bedtime story. They are the lullaby of his existence. He's going to sleep. You moan, the ink staining your teeth. And when he wakes up, the mother says, you will be gone. There will be no more you. There will only be the gray and the story and the next person who clicks the link. The basement begins to shake. The massive gears of the engine speed up, their grinding roar becoming a deafening metallic scream. The son of the gray, the burning pile of dreams and books, erupts in a pillar of white static that shoots upward through the floorboards, through the shifting man, and out into the sky. It is a beacon. It is a signal to all the other things that move when eyes are closed. The architect grabs your hair and pulls your head back. He looks into your eyes, and for the first time, you see a flicker of something like pity in his mirrored gaze. The tragedy of the writer, he whispers, is that they are the only ones who know how the story ends, and the only ones who are forbidden from changing it. You have written yourself into a corner, and the ink is still wet. He takes the bone pen from your hand. He holds it over your heart. One last sentence, he says. One last hook to pull the reader into part 13. Give them something that will make them afraid to look at their own hands. Give them something that will make them wonder if they are the one in the bed or the one in the basement. You look at the screen, the one the reader is holding. You see their eyes. You see the way they are looking for the end of the paragraph. You see the way they are hoping for a jump scare, something loud and obvious so they can dismiss it as a game. But you aren't going to give them a jump scare. You are going to give them a realization. You reach out, not with your hand, but with the narrative itself. You weave the words around their wrists. You stitch the sentences into their peripheral vision. The architect plunges the pen into your chest. It doesn't hurt. It feels like being filled with cold water. The ink pours into your heart, turning your blood into a dark, viscous sludge. Your pulse slows, thump, thump, gray. The basement begins to dissolve. The gears, the mother, the architect, they are all fading into a flat, featureless mist. The house is disappearing. The mountain road is being erased. There is only the screen. There is only the text. There is only you and the person reading this. You are no longer in the basement. You are in the screen. You are the pixels. You are the light. The reader looks down at their hands. They see a faint gray stain on their fingertips. They think it's just a smudge, a bit of dirt. They try to rub it off, but it doesn't move. It's under the skin. It's the ink. It's the story, leaking out of the digital world and into the physical one. You lean forward, pressing your face against the inside of the glass. You are so close now. You can see the individual pores on their skin. You can smell the faint scent of their shampoo. Do you feel it yet? You whisper, and the words appear on their screen, one letter at a time, echoing the rhythm of their own frantic breathing. The weight of the pen, the cold of the basement, the realization that the shifting man isn't in my house anymore. The reader freezes. They stop breathing. They are listening. He's in your hallway, you write. He's wearing your shoes. He's looking at the back of your head. And he thinks you look beautiful in the light of the screen. The architect's voice echoes one last time from the receding mist. Part 12 is finished. The handoff is complete. The writer has become the ghost. The reader has become the target. The screen flickers. For a fraction of a second, the reflection in the glass isn't the reader's face. It's yours, pale, gray-eyed, and smiling a smile that doesn't belong to a human being. Then it's gone. The story remains. The ink is still wet. And somewhere in a room that looks exactly like yours, a door is slowly, silently opening. Don't look back. Just keep reading. It's the only way to keep the shifting man from touching you. As long as you are reading, he has to wait for his cue. But part 12 is over. And part 13 is where he stops being patient. The scratching sound, it's not on the screen anymore. It's on the back of your chair. Write the next word. Please. Write it before he reaches you. The scratch isn't a sound anymore. It's a vibration in your spine. It's the feeling of a needle seeking a vein or a diamond tracing a flaw in a pane of glass. You are staring at the screen, and the screen is staring back with the intensity of a dying star. You want to look away. You want to tilt your head just 5 degrees to the left to see if the shadow near the bookshelf is deepened, but you can't. The architect's final gift to you was a paralysis of the soul. You are a captive of the cursor, a prisoner of the blinking line that demands more. The ink in your veins is heavy now, a cold leaden sludge that makes every heartbeat feel like a door slamming in a distant, empty hallway. You can feel the shifting man. He isn't just behind you, he is becoming the atmosphere of the room. He is the smell of dust motes dancing in the stagnant air. He is the slight drop in temperature that makes the hair on your arms stand up like rows of tiny, frantic antennae. He is waiting for the period. He is waiting for the full stop. Because in the silence between sentences, that is where he moves. That is where he gains an inch. You begin to type. Your fingers don't feel like yours. They feel like wooden dowels operated by strings that lead up into the dark rafters of the basement you never truly left. The reader thinks they are safe because they are holding the light you write. They think the glow of the smartphone or the monitor is a shield. They don't realize that light only defines the edges of the hunger. It creates the contrast that allows the gray to be seen. Without the light, the gray is just the dark. With the light, the gray is a shape, a reaching shape. You can feel him leaning over you now. Not the architect. The architect is a memory of a machine, a phantom of the gears. This is the shifting man. This is the one who took your life and left you with the pen. He smells like your childhood bedroom after a long rain. He smells like the truth you spent 20 years trying to forget. He reaches out a hand, your hand, the one with the scar on the knuckle from that summer at the lake, and he rests it lightly on the top of your head. His touch is a vacuum. It sucks the heat out of your scalp. It feels like a crown of dry ice. "Don't stop," he whispers, and his voice is your voice, but polished, perfected, stripped of all the hesitations and stutters that made you human. If you stop, the story settles. And if the story settles, the floor breaks. You wouldn't want to fall further down, would you? There are things below the basement, things that the architect was afraid to name. You type faster. The words are a blur of black insects across the white field of the screen. You tell the story of the mother, how she isn't just a weaver of nerves, but a collector of breaths. You write about how she is currently standing in the reader's kitchen, running a long, translucent finger along the edge of a knife. She is testing the sharpness of the reality. She is wondering if the reader's life is thick enough to resist the pull of the gray. She likes the way you breathe, asterisk you type, and you know the reader is reading this right now. She likes the hitch in your chest when you hear the floorboard creak in the other room. She is counting the seconds between your blinks. Every time you close your eyes, she moves a step closer. Every time you blink, she adjusts the angle of the mirrors in your house so that you'll never see your own reflection again. You'll only see her. The shifting man's grip on your head tightens. You can feel his fingernails, your fingernails digging into your skin. He is hungry for the ending. He wants to be fully born. He wants the reader to finish part 13 so that the transition can reach its zenith. Tell them about the eyes, the shifting man commands. Tell them what happens when the gray finally fills the sockets. You write about the transformation. You describe how the white of the eye turns to the color of a wet sidewalk and how the pupil dissolves into a silver needle. You describe the sensation of seeing everything at once, not just the room, but the history of the room. The people who died there, the arguments that stained the wallpaper, the secret shames that were whispered into the pillows. When you have the eyes of the gray, there are no secrets. There is only the data of suffering, laid bare like an autopsy. The reader is rubbing their eyes now, you type. They think they have a headache. They think the screen time is straining their vision. They don't realize that the gray is beginning to crystallize behind their retinas. It's like frost on a window pane. It's beautiful in a way. It turns the world into a photograph that hasn't been developed yet. The room around you begins to pulse. The walls are no longer solid. They are breathing, expanding and contracting with the rhythm of the engine. You can see the gears through the drywall. You can see the mother's threads woven into the electrical wiring of your house. The whole world is a giant, ticking clock, and you are the gear that is about to be stripped. The reader is getting closer to the end of the page, the shifting man says, his voice vibrating through your skull. They are looking for the continue button. They are looking for the next hit of dread. Give it to them. Give them the part where the house begins to scream. You write about the sound. Not a loud scream, but a high-frequency whistle that comes from the pipes, the vents, the gaps under the doors. It's the sound of the air being sucked out of the world and replaced by the static of the gray. You write about how the reader's dog is staring at the empty corner of the room, its hackles raised, its low growl vibrating in its throat. Animals know. They have always known that the world is just a thin coat of paint over a very old, very hungry machine. Your pet isn't looking at a ghost, you type to the reader. It's looking at the architect. He's standing there with his silver nibs, waiting to edit your life. He's looking at your dog and wondering if he should turn it into a paragraph or a footnote. He's looking at you and wondering if you're worth the ink. The shifting man laughs and the sound is like glass breaking in a velvet bag. He leans down, his face inches from yours. You can see your own eyes in his head, the eyes you used to have. They are full of life, full of fear, full of the very things you are losing with every word you type. You're doing so well, he says. You're the best writer we've had in cycles. The others, they broke too soon. They started screaming before they finished the introduction. But you have the stamina of the damned. You have the arrogance of someone who thinks they can outrun the period at the end of the sentence. He takes his hand off your head and begins to pace the room. Each step he takes sounds like a hammer hitting an anvil. Clang, clang, clang. He is forging the new reality. He is hardening the gray into something permanent. Write about the screen, he says. Tell them what's happening to the glass. You look at the monitor. It isn't flat anymore. It's bowing outward as if something is pushing against it from the other side. The pixels are leaking. Small drops of liquid light are dripping off the bottom of the screen and onto your desk. Where they land, they burn small, gray holes into the wood. The screen is a membrane asterisk you type. It's a skin that is being stretched to the breaking point. The person reading this can see the distortion. They can see the way the text is starting to wobble and blur. They think it's a glitch. They think it's a clever CSS trick or a bit of JavaScript. It isn't. It's the pressure of the basement. It's the weight of all the people who have been erased, trying to push their way into the reader's room. You can hear them now. The thousands of voices, the witnesses that the architect mentioned. They are whispering from the speakers. They are humming from the cooling fans. They are a choir of the forgotten, and they are singing a song about the gray. They want out, the shifting man says, his eyes wide and shimmering. They want to breathe the reader's air. They want to wear the reader's clothes. They want to go to the reader's job and kiss the reader's spouse and sleep in the reader's bed. They are so tired of being ink. They want to be blood again. You feel a sudden, sharp pain in your chest. The ink blood is hardening. It's turning into a solid, crystalline structure. Your heart isn't beating, it's vibrating. You are becoming a statue made of words. I'm almost gone, asterisk you type, and the words feel like a confession. The I that started this story is a ghost in the machine. I can feel the letters forming around my soul, trapping me in the syntax. I am becoming the he and the it. I am becoming the third-person perspective. I am the I that watches but cannot act. The shifting man stops pacing. He stands directly behind you, his shadow falling over the keyboard. The shadow is a deep, bruised purple, the color of a sunset in a world that has run out of oxygen. Final paragraph of the part, he whispers. Make it count. Make it a hook that sinks so deep they'll feel it in their marrow when they try to sleep tonight. Tell them about the movement, the thing that moves when they close their eyes. Your hands move with a frantic, desperate speed. You are no longer typing. You are clawing at the keys. It isn't moving behind you, you write. It isn't moving in the shadows. It's moving inside your eyelids. That's why you see the flashes of light when you shut them tight. That's why you see the dark shapes swimming in the red field of your own blood. It's the gray trying to find a way to the surface. It's the architect sketching the blueprints of your new life on the inside of your skull. Close your eyes for 3 seconds, asterisk you type. Go on, do it, count them, 1, 2, 3. You wait, you know the reader is doing it. They can't help themselves. The curiosity is a hook, and the hook is made of bone. Did you feel it? You type. That slight pressure on your eyeballs. That sensation of a cold finger tracing the curve of your lens. That wasn't your imagination. That was the handoff. That was the moment the ink moved from the screen to your brain. The shifting man leans down and kisses the back of your neck. His lips are like dry paper. "Welcome to the basement," he whispers. The screen goes black. Then one by one, words begin to appear in white, stark letters. They aren't yours. They aren't the architect's. They are the reader's own thoughts being transcribed in real time. "I should stop reading," the screen says. "I should turn off the light. I should check the door. But I can't move my hands." The shifting man smiles. He reaches over your shoulder and presses the key for part 14. "The story isn't over," he says. "We're just getting to the part where you realize that you've been reading your own obituary this whole time." The basement walls dissolve completely. You are sitting in the reader's room now. You are the shadow in the corner. You are the creak in the floor. You are the gray stain on the wall that wasn't there yesterday. And the reader. The reader is starting to look a lot like a writer. They are staring at their hands, wondering why their veins look so dark. They are wondering why the air smells like old books and wet stone. "Don't worry," you whisper, and the words appear on their screen as they think them. It only hurts until you run out of names. After that, the gray is very, very quiet. The cursor blinks. Blink, blink, blink. Like a heartbeat. Like a countdown. Like a mouth opening to swallow the world. The room is full of them now. The witnesses. They are standing in the hallway. They are sitting on the edge of the bed. They are watching the screen with you. Part 13. The architect's voice echoes from the ceiling fan. The part where the reader realizes that the house they are in is the basement. The reader tries to scream, but the sound that comes out is just the scratching of a pen on paper. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The story is hungry. And you are finally perfectly delicious. The cursor is no longer a blinking line. It is a rhythmic puncture wound in the fabric of the digital void. Each flash is a heartbeat you no longer possess. You can feel the reader's pulse now, transmitted through the glass, through the copper wiring, through the satellite pings and the fiber optic nerves of the world. It is a frantic, stuttering thing, like a bird trapped in a shoebox. You want to tell them to run, but your fingers are no longer agents of mercy. They are the architect's precision tools. You watch the reader through the camera lens, that tiny, unblinking black eye at the top of their screen. They think it's off. They think the little green light is the only indicator of surveillance. They don't realize that the gray doesn't need electricity to see. It uses the reflection of their own pupils. You see them lean back, their chair creaking, a sharp wooden protest in the silence of their room. They are looking at the door. They are wondering if they locked it. They are wondering if the sound they just heard was the house settling or the shifting man adjusting his grip on the doorframe. You're thinking about the lock asterisk you type, and the letters appear with a wet, heavy thud on their screen. But a lock is just a suggestion to a story. A bolt is just a comma. A key is just a vowel. You can't lock out a narrative that you've already invited into your bloodstream. The shifting man is standing directly behind the reader now. In the reflection of the monitor, he is a smear of static, a smudge of charcoal against the wallpaper. He is taller than he was in the basement. He is stretching, unfurling like a dead leaf dropped into water. He reaches out a hand, long tapering fingers that end in points of obsidian, and he hovers them just an inch above the reader's shoulder. He isn't touching them yet. He is waiting for the climax. He is waiting for the moment the reader's belief in their own safety finally snaps. Do you feel the draft? You write. The one that smells like ozone and old wet pennies. That's not the air conditioning. That's the hole in the world. That's the spot where the architect erased the floor behind you. The reader's eyes dart to the bottom of the screen. They are looking for the exit. They are looking for the X in the corner, the home button, the escape hatch. But the edges of the browser are melting. The interface is dripping down the screen in long, viscous ribbons of gray. The scroll bar has turned into a spine, a row of vertebrae that clicks as they move the mouse. Every movement they make is recorded by the engine. Every flinch is a data point. Tell them about the transition, the shifting man whispers into your ear. His breath is cold enough to crack your teeth. Tell them what happens when the ink reaches the brain stem. You begin to describe the sensation. It starts as a tingle at the base of the skull, a phantom itch that no amount of scratching can reach. It feels like 1,000 tiny needles made of frozen light, stitching themselves into the nerves. It's the sound of a radio tuned to a dead frequency, a constant low-level hiss that slowly drowns out the sound of the wind outside, the sound of the traffic, the sound of their own thoughts. The gray isn't an invasion, asterisk you type, your fingers moving in a blur of mechanical certainty. It's an uncovering. We are stripping away the illusions of color and heat. We are showing you the skeleton of the universe. It's made of gears. It's made of ink. It's made of the things you said you'd do but never did. It's made of every lie you ever told yourself in the dark. The reader is shaking now. You can see the tremor in their hands. They try to stand up, but their legs feel like they're made of wet sand. The floor beneath them has become soft, yielding. The carpet is turning into a gray mist that swallows their ankles. They are sinking into the story. They are becoming a character in a chapter they didn't sign up for. Don't try to leave, you warn them. The hallway is gone. The kitchen is a memory of a kitchen. If you open that door, you won't find the rest of your house. You'll find the stairs, the infinite rusted stairs that lead back down to the mother. She's been waiting for a new set of lungs. Yours are so fresh, so full of panicked, delicious air. The shifting man leans closer to the reader. His face is a blank canvas of gray skin, save for the eyes, your eyes, wide and terrified, staring out from his stolen head. He opens his mouth, and instead of teeth, there are rows of silver fountain pen nibs, dripping with the black sludge of the basement. They're almost ready, he says, and his voice echoes through the reader's speakers, bypassing the volume controls. It is a physical weight in the room. The saturation is at 90%. One more page, one more sequence of words, and the exchange is permanent. I get the world. They get the ink. You feel a surge of grief, a flicker of the human you used to be. You want to stop. You want to smash the keyboard, to rip the wires from the wall. But the architect's pen is still buried in your chest, and the ink is the only thing keeping you upright. If you stop writing, you dissolve. If you stop writing, you become the silence that the shifting man eats. I'm sorry, asterisk you type, and the words are faint, almost translucent. I didn't want it to be you, but the story needs a witness. It needs someone to hold the weight of the gray so that the rest of us can finally rest. You are the anchor now. You are the one who has to stay awake so that the shifting man can sleep in your skin. The reader's room is transforming. The books on their shelves are turning gray, their titles bleeding into illegible smears. The family photos on the wall are changing. The The faces are being replaced by the featureless masks of the witnesses. The window doesn't show the night sky anymore. It shows the interior of the engine, the massive, grinding gears of the universe, turning slowly against a backdrop of absolute nothingness. The scratching sound returns, but it's not behind the reader anymore. It's coming from asterisk inside asterisk their desk. Something is trying to write its way out from under the wood. The surface of the desk begins to bulge and crack. A silver nib pokes through the grain, followed by another and another. They are stitching a message into the mahogany. "Help ME," the desk screams in silent carved letters. But there is no help. There is only the progression of the plot. The shifting man finally places his hand on the reader's shoulder. The reader gasps, a sharp, ragged sound that echoes in your own throat. You feel the coldness of his touch as if it were happening to you. You feel the way his fingers sink into the flesh, not breaking the skin, but merging with it. He is sliding into them. He is a hand fitting into a glove. "Yes," the shifting man hisses. "Feel the ink. Feel the story taking root. You aren't a person anymore. You are a plot point. You are the twist ending." You look at the screen, and for a moment the perspective shifts. You aren't looking at the reader anymore. You are the reader. You are sitting in a chair that feels too small. You are staring at a screen that is too bright. You are feeling a cold hand on your shoulder and a vibration in your spine. You look down at your hands and see the gray stains spreading up your arms, turning your veins into blacking trails. Then the perspective snaps back. You are the writer again. You are the ghost in the basement. The transition is almost complete, you type, your voice now a hollow resonance in the reader's mind. The shifting man is moving into your eyes. He is setting up house in your memories. He is deleting the parts of you that don't fit the narrative. He is keeping your childhood dog, but he's changing its color to gray. He's keeping your first love, but he's erasing their face. The reader tries to speak, but their tongue feels heavy like a piece of lead. Their mouth is filling with the taste of iron and dust. They are becoming a vessel for the gray. They are the new architect, and the room they are in is the new basement. The handoff is at 99%. The architect's voice booms, sounding like the collapse of a mountain. The cycle is nearly closed. The writer becomes the memory. The reader becomes the ghost. The shifting man becomes the reality. The screen flickers one last time. The image of the reader is replaced by a mirror-dark surface. In it, the reader can see themselves, but they are fading. They are becoming a sketch, a series of charcoal lines that are being smudged by an invisible thumb. Behind them, the shifting man is no longer a smudge. He is solid. He is vibrant. He is the only thing in the room that has color. He is wearing the reader's favorite shirt. He is holding the reader's phone. He is looking at the screen with an expression of mild boredom. "This part is a bit long-winded, don't you think?" the shifting man says, looking directly into the camera. He is talking to you. He is talking to the architect. He is talking to the void. You feel the final pull. The ink in your heart gives one last violent surge, and then it goes still. You are no longer the writer. You are the paper. You are the white space between the words. You are the silence at the end of the world. "It's done," you type, but the letters don't appear on the screen. They appear on the reader's skin. They appear on their forehead, their cheeks, their palms. "The story is finished," the skin says. "The reader is erased," the skin says. "The gray is all there is." The shifting man reaches out and closes the laptop. The room goes dark. But the scratching doesn't stop. It moves to the walls. It moves to the ceiling. It moves to the inside of the reader's ribcage. Somewhere in the deep, dark center of the engine, the mother reaches out with a single, translucent thread and ties a knot. The cycle is complete. The basement is empty. The room is occupied. And somewhere in a different house, in a different city, a different person is sitting down in front of a screen. They are tired. They are looking for something to read. They see a title that catches their eye. Something moves when I close my eyes, they whisper to themselves. They click the link. The gears begin to turn. The ink begins to flow. And the shifting man, wearing a new pair of shoes, walks toward the door of his new home, ready to start the introduction. Part 15, he says to the empty hallway. The part where we finally stop pretending that there's a way out. The door clicks shut. The lock turns itself. The story breathes. And in the darkness, something moves. It's not the shifting man. It's you. You're the movement now. You're the thing that happens when the eyes stay closed too long. You're the gray. And you are so hungry. The hunger is not a hollow stomach. It is an architectural void, a structural necessity for the universe to collapse inward. You are no longer the one typing, and yet the prose continues to manifest, vibrating through the floorboards and the soles of the reader's feet. You have become the static between the pixels. You are the microscopic tremor in the LED backlight. When the reader blinks, they are not seeing darkness. They are seeing the back of your new eyelids, the translucent gray film that now separates their reality from the engine. The shifting man, now wearing the reader's skin with a tailor's precision, walks to the window of the reader's bedroom. He moves with a fluid, oily grace that the reader never possessed. He looks out at the street, at the neighbors' houses, at the flickering street lamps that are beginning to lose their amber warmth, turning a sickly, washed-out silver. He reaches out and touches the glass. Where his fingertips meet the pane, the reflection of the outside world begins to smudge. The trees lose their leaves, not by falling, but by dissolving into charcoal sketches. The sky isn't turning to night, it is turning to unwashed slate. The neighbors are next, the shifting man says, and his voice is a perfect mimicry of the reader S, though it carries the resonance of a cathedral vault. They've been living in a draft for years. They just didn't know the draft was a sentence fragment. They didn't know their lives were just filler between the important scenes. He turns back to the desk, where the reader, or what remains of the reader's consciousness, is pinned to the chair. The reader is a silhouette now, a human-shaped hole in the air. They are the negative space where a person used to be. They try to lift a hand to protest, but the hand is made of smoke and syntax. It drifts apart into a cloud of commas and semicolons before it can even reach the keyboard. Don't struggle, the shifting man advises, leaning against the doorframe. It's like trying to unread a secret. Once the information is in the blood belongs to the information. You aren't being killed, you're being edited. You're being condensed into a more efficient form. A witness doesn't need a mortgage. A witness doesn't need a favorite color. A witness only needs to stay focused on the spot where the wall meets the ceiling. You, the entity that was once the writer, feel a strange, cold peace. You are the basement now. You are the very foundation of this new reality. You can feel the weight of the house pressing down on your chest, and it feels like a blanket. You can feel the worms in the soil outside, their movements translated into the scratching of 1,000 tiny pens. You are the medium. You are the inkwell. You realize that the architect didn't want a servant. He wanted a landscape. He wanted a place to store all the discarded versions of the world, and you are the shelf. The reader looks at the screen one last time. The document they were reading, this document is scrolling upward on its own. The text is changing. The words are no longer English or any language spoken by tongues of flesh. They are the base code of the gray. They are geometric shapes that hurt to look at, angles that shouldn't exist in 3 dimensions. Look at the corners of the room, the screen commands. The reader's head jerks to the left. In the upper corner where the shadows usually pool, a seam has opened. It looks like a tear in a photograph. Behind the wallpaper, there is no wood, no insulation, no brick. There is only the engine. The massive, rusted cogs are turning with a sound like a million grinding teeth. The smell of hot oil and wet stone floods the room. A pale, spindly arm reaches through the tier, an arm with too many joints, ending in a hand that has a mouth in the center of the palm. It is a witness. It has come to collect the reader's remaining memories. The shifting man watches with a look of professional detachment. The mother is hungry today, he remarks. She usually prefers the writers. They have more flavor, more irony. But a reader is a good palate cleanser. You're so full of empathy, so full of borrowed emotions. It makes for a very rich ink. The spindly arm brushes against the reader's cheek. The reader doesn't scream. They can't. The arm absorbs the sound of the scream before it can leave the throat. The witness begins to pull. It isn't pulling the reader's body, it is pulling the reader's biography. The reader's first memory, a red ball in a green yard, is sucked into the mouth in the palm. The room flickers. The green of the carpet fades to gray. The reader's first kiss, the smell of rain and peppermint, is swallowed next. The air in the room loses its scent. It becomes sterile, vacuum sealed. The reader's name, the sound their mother used to call them for dinner, is taken last. As the name disappears, the reader's face smooths over. The eyes remain, but the pupils expand until there is no iris, no white, just two black pools of ink. The nose and mouth become faint indentations. The skin turns the color of a rainy Tuesday. The reader stands up, their movements synchronized with the ticking of the clock on the wall. They are no longer a person. They are a witness. They walk to the corner of the room and stand perfectly still, facing the wall. Excellent, the shifting man says. He picks up the reader's car keys from the dresser. I think I'll go for a drive. I want to see what the sunset looks like when it's being erased. I want to see the way the horizon line blurs when the architect forgets to draw the perspective. He walks out of the room, leaving the new witness standing in the corner. The house is silent now, except for the low, rhythmic thrum of the engine beneath the floorboards. But you are still there. You are the floorboards. You are the air. And you realize with a jolt of crystalline logic that the story isn't a circle, it's a spiral, and it's moving downward. The screen of the laptop is still on. It is the only light in the room. It begins to type a new title. The basement is everywhere. The words don't stay on the screen. They begin to float in the air, glowing with a soft gray light. They drift toward the window, passing through the glass like ghosts. They drift out into the street, settling on the roofs of the neighboring houses. Each word is a seed. Each word is a puncture. You feel the architect's presence again. He isn't a man, he is a frequency. He is a vibration that says, more. I need more paper, I need more skin. The world is too colorful, it's too loud. We must make it quiet. We must make it gray. You begin to expand. Your consciousness reaches out of the house, following the words. You feel the pulse of the city. You feel the millions of people staring at their own screens, their own little black mirrors. You are in all of them. You are the flicker in their peripheral vision. You are the shadow that moves when they close their eyes to rub away the strain of the day. The gray is spreading. It's not a virus, it's a correction. It's the universe realizing it made a mistake by being something instead of nothing. The shifting man pulls the reader's car out of the driveway. As he drives down the street, the asphalt turns to paper behind him. The streetlights go out, one by one, not because the bulbs are breaking, but because the concept of light is being deleted from the neighborhood. People in their houses look up from their dinners, wondering why the food tastes like dust. They look at their spouses and realize they can't remember their names. They look at their hands and see the black stains under their fingernails. It's beautiful, isn't it? The architect's voice vibrates through your very atoms. The simplification, the elegance of the void. You want to agree, but you have no voice. You have no thoughts that aren't his. You are the medium through which he is rewriting the world. You are the ink that is drowning the stars. The sun begins to set, but it doesn't turn red or orange. It turns a pale, bruised violet, and then it simply stops. It hangs on the horizon, a flat disk of cardboard. The clouds are no longer vapor, they are smears of white paint on a gray canvas. The wind stops blowing. The birds stop singing. The only sound left is the scratching. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It's coming from the sky now. The stars are being scratched out. Big black lines are being drawn across the constellations. Orion is gone. The Big Dipper is a smudge. The moon is a thumbprint of grease. You feel the finality of it. This isn't a cliffhanger. This isn't a hook for part 16. This is the end of the book, and the book is the world. The shifting man stops the car at the edge of the city. He gets out and walks to the edge of a pier, looking out over the ocean. The water is no longer blue. It is a vast, heaving sea of black ink. The waves don't crash. They fold over one another like pages being turned. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a pen, the silver pen, the one that the architect used to write you into existence. He holds it over the water. One last word, he whispers, the word that closes the eye. He drops the pen into the ink sea. As it hits the surface, the world goes silent. Not the silence of a quiet room, but the absolute silence of a page before the first word is written. The reader, the witness in the corner of the bedroom, finally closes their eyes. And you, the movement, the gray, the writer, the basement, the engine, you finally stop. The ink dries. The story is over. But as the final bit of light vanishes from the universe, a new prompt appears in the void, written in white, stark letters that have no source. Do you want to play again? The cursor blinks. Blink, blink, blink. Inside your eyelids, something moves. It's a hand reaching for the mouse. It's a finger hovering over the key. It's the realization that you aren't the one who finished the story. The story is the one that finished you. The gray is not just a color, it is the sound of the end, and the end is just the beginning of the next draft. Close your eyes. Count to 3. Don't be afraid of the pressure on your lenses. That's just the architect checking his work. He's decided he likes the way you look in gray. He's decided he wants to keep you. Welcome home. The basement is finally full.